Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome on this very warm Easter Sunday to what I think can rightly be called not the most anticipated chess tournament of the year, the Pepe Cuenca Invitational. We are in the middle of round number one between Timo Rajabov, whose face you can see, I think he's joining us from a medieval castle without any lighting, and Nino Anton, who is joining us from the one Spanish flat that is still operational, the one with Nino Anton, Pepe Cuenca, and Mr. Dibis. My name is Jan Gustafsson. You can't see me on screen because our tech people that just set this up decided, you know what, Jan, you have a face for radio. But you can see the pretty Peter Svidler joining us from St. Petersburg right there. How are you, Peter? I So you're not attending the St. Petersburg rave parties that you would usually spend your weekends. Um, are you an active Corona shamer? I took a bike tour with my daughter earlier, and whenever people are like driving on the wrong side of the road or are coming within really 10 meters distance, I try to shame them away from me. Is that a is that a common thing that everyone's wearing masks? Here it's not. I haven't seen anybody with a mask today. I don't blame people that much because I think it's hard to get one. Do you have like a self-made mask? How does it work? I'm still waiting for my shipment. I ordered like a bunch of FFP2 masks from China. They were supposed to arrive yesterday. They're not here. Maybe cheapmasks still available.com tricked me again. We are, of course, here to talk about the chess. Um, what's happening? This is game number two.
might be in quite a bit of trouble.
Oh, I hear people couldn't hear you for the last 8 minutes. This is going great. Apologies to, I don't know, I'm so broken down by life today. Hello everybody, my name is Jan Gustafsson. You can't see me, but you can hopefully hear me. And more importantly, now you can also hear Peter Svidler, who you could already see during the last 10 minutes. We are here to talk about the Pepe Cuenca Invitational, and I'm very sorry you couldn't hear the last 10 minutes because Peter dropped a lot of knowledge about chess, so we really missed out there if you couldn't hear this.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know if I want to correct you on that topic, probably not. Yeah, this is getting very sharp very quickly. It looked like it might just become very symmetrical and very level at one point, but now Anton actually managed to deal with the immediate problems when bishop g5 connected with c4, c3 looked like it could be creating a number of tactical issues for white. And he's now back to being, I think, quite significantly better. In particular because of this rook c6 move, which you hopefully can see on your screen. Knight g5 more or less forced, and now we take and we can play bishop f3. We can play, I mean, there's some argument for maybe even playing a6 at some point, which might force black to take on c6. But what Anton is doing is also very logical. Just rook d7 here. I suspect in a non-blitz game, this is just winning for white. In the blitz game, obviously, many things can still happen, but white clearly has a very, very large advantage here. Something has gone badly wrong for Timur here. Although Nino is now, I think he wanted to win by force, and that lessened his edge. And I don't like queen d7. I think he still needed to play b6 there. I don't think we're winning this position. I mean, white is still better because of how weak the f7 pawn is. But I think probably once again, I don't know if you can see the. Whoa, that's a blunder. No, bishop d3, 4 check. I thought for a second this was a blunder of a mate in 2, but it isn't. It actually is a forced draw. So well defended by Timur, but also I'm pretty sure that Anton left a lot on the table in this game. If we could just briefly, because this is now a very clear draw, as long as you don't resign, which some people would in this position, but I don't think Timur is one of those people. If we can go back to move, hang on a second. Yeah, I don't see the move numbers here, but when Timur played bishop d8, somewhere on move 30, I would expect, with the pawns on b5 and a5 still alive, if we could locate this position for a second. It's 37 actually, yeah. Yeah, here just b6, a, b6, a6 probably just wins on the spot, right?
Yeah, looks good. Nino.
Yeah, should be just more or less game ending. I think in practical terms, after b6, black has to play bishop takes b6, but you really have no hopes of surviving that bishop down position. And this is you are very lucky if you get away with just giving up a rook for this pawn. Just completely lost.
Why can't I be on screen? I think I'm gonna have to stand up for myself, and Design Jan will overrule what they did here. And I will just join the frame. Sorry, Pepe Cuenca.
No, you definitely should be on screen.
I couldn't agree. I took a shower for this.
Whoa. Unbelievable levels of commitment.
You are not wrong.
Never before seen levels of commitments, I would even say.
That's a stretch. Never before last Wednesday seen levels of commitment. Sounds more accurate. At least they're, playing all the exciting openings. Sometimes they play a gioco piano, then sometimes it's a slow Italian. There is all kinds of variety here.
Yeah, very true. And uh, Anton with a slight adjustment to what he has done in game one, because in game one, we briefly had a discussion with Jan off air on the topic of whether he had immediate equality somewhere around move 12 there, but it's all way back in the past, at least 20 minutes ago, so clearly nobody can be bothered to discuss that any longer.
Nope.
So he is doing something else in this game three. This is a structure, I don't know how you feel about it. It feels to me like, in terms of results, Black is not doing poorly at all.
I hate
But
it.
in terms of, yeah, exactly. But in terms of enjoyment, I would like, I very consciously tried building my, well, I don't actually have a repertoire against the Italian, but the repertoire I'm
Chessable.com/Jan. I hear it's great.
exactly. But the repertoire I am pretend building in my head is based very heavily around the idea of never allowing this if I have anything to do with it at all, because I just don't like these structures. I don't know how to approach them. Like, you can take on g4 and then you're kind of slightly worse forever, or you can allow this trade on e5 and seemingly you're also slightly worse forever. And yeah, I just don't quite understand what I'm supposed to be aiming for in these positions with Black. Would much rather just not play them altogether.
Yeah, I agree. I always try, if possible at all, to go rook e8, recapture there with the rook. Because if you go
Yep.
d5, you have this weak e5 pawn here after d4. I don't know what to do. I never see enough play on the king side. Everything you just said, yeah, I agree with. Even though, if you switch on a computer very often, they'll be quite happy for Black. But what do they know? I'm slowly coming to my senses. I'm now opening the Chess24 chat. How you doing, chat boys? And also, let's bring up the Twitch boys, because I know that the Twitch community is what you, Peter, consider your real family. Is that fair to say?
Well, at least you know, for part of my extended family for sure.
Twitch boys, how you doing? I've been wondering how you address the Twitch community properly. Is Twitch boys the accepted term, or is there a different one? Like, which one is it?
Just say chat.
No, that's your way of dealing with every chat. People in chat, but people in chat, you people, you have feelings too. So I have a feeling calling you people in chat just hurts you, while Twitch boys makes you feel like being part of the community.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree, but you do your thing, and also let me open that window. I don't know how I can get it.
Wow, is this the
How I
biggest
can get
fight we ever had? You said I don't necessarily agree.
Possibly, yes.
I think that might have been it. We have 143 viewers. That's a new record. At one time. Boy. I hate life and myself so much today.
What are you doing to yourself?
So tell us about the game. Is Black doing fine? He has the horsey on c4 now.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised by Timur playing a3 in reaction to a4. It did seem to give Black, you know, a very straightforward plan to aim for, and Anton proceeded to instantly put that plan in action. And now you can even, I mean, even the endgames I think are probably completely fine for Black. You could also make some kind of an argument for immediate play with b5, b4, hoping to open the b file and try to attack the pawn on a3. That would require some calculating, but I have a feeling it's playable. Rook a6, b6 comes to mind. Suddenly it's just extremely enjoyable for Black. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that was necessary, that response that Timur showed there, somewhere around move 15, 16.
There's some debate about my suggestion to call the Twitch boys Twitch boys. They're saying, but that's prejudice against female viewers. But we don't have any female viewers. Let's keep it real here. There are 151 viewers. Are there any females in the audience? In that case, I will of course adjust my address from Twitch boys to Twitch boys and girls. Oh,
three
Fuchsia is
knights.
there. All right, all right. It does look like I'm gonna have to go with Fuchs boys and girls indeed.
What's the official name of this? Is this the Davis Invitational or the Pepe Cuenca Invitational?
I believe the official name is the Pepe Cuenca and DB's Invitational. And I have been told that Pepe Cuenca not only spent a lot of his own money, but also a lot of his own time to put this together. So thank you, Mr. Cuenca. And yes, I was lying about both these things. Twitch persons of interest, Jan, I'm being told. Nah, I don't find all of you that interesting. Like most of you, I do. But that sounds like it's it's a bit of a stretch. Okay, more chess. Who's better and why? Because I know the chess 24 boys and girls get very upset if we don't talk enough chess.
I think clearly Black is, well, better. I think is an understatement. Should be close to winning, I suspect. Yeah, after something like knight c4, because I don't think this pawn on a3 is going to get picked up, and even if it does, you probably get pinned along the a file and you lose material. So right now, knight takes a3 wasn't even a threat. So I think allowing the knight trade may have been a mistake. Should still be winning for Anton, but I would have preferred, frankly, to keep the knights on if at all possible. But yeah, should still be a reasonably comfortable conversion from here. Very smart by Rajabov to meet g5 with h5 though, to kind of cage the king on e7, and that prompted some very drastic changes in the position. He might just be completely fine now. h6, h7, rook takes a2.
Wow, turnaround.
Yeah, well, he probably no. He is. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go for some kind of all-in with king g4, king h5. This rook endgame is probably a little bit tricky, actually. I don't know how easy it is to hold this. King e3. Yeah, this might be objectively winning for Black now. A lot of changes. Clearly, I don't see the clock, and there is very limited, screen space on this notebook for me to try and somehow keep an eye on the clock as well. But this must have been clock-induced, because there should have been ways of doing this better.
I also don't see a clock. That could be kind of useful in a blitz game. So let Tekjan get to work here. There's also a lot of questions. What is this board? Is it a chess 24 board? Yeah, I'm using this little program which we call Live Chess Viewer, and I just got a new version, and it seems like the board looks different. I think the briefing we gave was make it look exactly like the competition, but with none of the functionality. I think that was the plan. Let me see. Yeah, I can switch to this still. So there's both options. It's exciting. Default,
yeah, life is full of things which are extremely exciting now and probably wouldn't have been exciting 3 weeks ago, such as switching settings from Maple to whatever this is.
Yeah. All right. There's a lot of controversy about, is this board better? Is the other board better? And as long as there's controversy, we are happy. Mr. Dodgy Chess is saying brown is best. Yeah, we know about your preferences, Mr. Dodgy. There's also requests for having this score on screen. Tech boys, do we know the score first of all? Can we put it on screen? Can I grab it somewhere? Peter, have you kept track of the score? Are they just drawing?
This is game 3, and the score is level at 1.5, 1.5. Yeah. So far, it's been reasonably easy to keep track because nobody wins anything. But as soon as that changes, and that is bound to change at some point, it will become progressively more and more difficult.
Is it within Tekjan's powers to put this on screen? I am not sure. Also, if I close this, what happens? I might make Peter disappear now, but it's worth it, trust me. Oh, and this is where this... Interesting. Tekyan is doing great things here. For example, watch this. Tekyan gone. Dark Rajabov there.
Okay, is game four? Game four appears to be live, right? So
Yeah, they're playing the same boring line again.
seems like they're very emotionally attached to discussing two very safe, well-known theoretical avenues. I'm slightly surprised by Anton's decision to just stick to asking this same question against the. Although, yeah, I wanted to say the Maran, but this isn't the Maran. It's what he chooses to do against the Queen's Gambit Declined, which, frankly, nobody really has any idea what to do against the Queen's Gambit Declined. So I'm instantly a lot less critical about this.
I've seen him do stuff like this. This all looks familiar. And D5, B3. This is his idea.
No, I'm pretty sure even I have seen this before, and I don't play this opening with either color. So yeah, none of this is news, and the fact that Tima is not really pausing at any point in reply should also be, I think, a decent indication that he has encountered this idea before. I assume Bishop F3, Bishop G5 is not that horrible, but also you could make some kind of an argument for keeping the light squared bishop on. But I think in general, Black is quite happy trading one knight and starting the hunt for the other one, hoping to either trade the dark squared bishop for it, or, even more obviously good for Black would be to trade the knights off the board altogether, and then White's slight structural advantage will count for pretty much nothing at all.
Can you see? You can't see Rajabov on your screen, right? He scares me sitting in this complete darkness there.
He's a very scary hombre.
That too, but it's the dark background that really does it. So there's gonna be another draw. Will they just keep drawing? It's first to 12, so that would mean 6-6, and then whoever wins the game first wins the match.
Yeah, that would be a very spectacular way to get the tie breaks. Just make 12 draws in a row, and then continue playing until somebody wins. There's a question about the format in chat. The format is very simple. It's an 8-player bracket, single elimination with the top two prize. Basically, the people who get to the final actually get paid, which is somewhat relevant. Not sure why Rajabov is playing in a dungeon.
Yeah, that's...
We shall not. Says
everybody's mind.
Yes, says Brandon first. We shall not be criticizing his life choices on this stream.
Why not? He's a wealthy man. He could live somewhere that's not a dungeon. This must be by choice and not by necessity.
He's been proven to be a modern prophet, so whatever he does is now, I think, supposed to be instantly accepted as the best business practice, right?
I believe that is correct, yeah, especially on this Easter Sunday.
Yeah. So we shall all be acquiring a dungeon sort of appropriate. Like, we obviously it has to be adjusted for our relative means, but not everybody's dungeon will be of the same comfort level, but the dungeon it is for all of us.
All right, I'll just, because you can do these things digitally, I can just make us darker.
Is it possible to make this show even darker?
I made you very, very dark now.
Okay, I should have this open somewhere. The issue is I do have a second screen, but that second screen obviously is occupied by the Galfone challenge. So,
No, you gotta have priorities.
yeah, I mean, like I do have priorities. Yeah, and I muted it. You have no idea how big of a sacrifice this is. It's on mute, but I'm not closing that window.
No, of course, that is fair enough. All right, I made you bright again. What's happening in the game? It looks incredibly boring. White is probably somewhat better.
Yeah, white has a little bit of a pool. I was kind of expecting, although frankly we go bishop b4, we go c5, we go rook d8. It's not actually that easy to stop even. Yeah, I think if black wants to kind of try to make a force draw here, he might be able to, but also I don't think he's necessarily even worse if he just goes, I don't know, bishop d6, rook c7, king f6, king e7, and just passes forever.
Yeah, looks dull. What's happening, chat boys? Stephen Horta is saying Jan must have been a comedian in another life. Oh, thank you so much. Erzaman Rizvanoglu is saying, please change board to wood. Common problem. People aren't getting enough wood in these days. So I hear you.
That is, yeah. We all subscribe to the, we would all like to bemoan the shortage of wood.
You decided to no longer sacrifice this sound off thing, or are you just having a jukebox in your home now?
No, I opened our stream to have a look at Tima in the dungeon for 1 second because everybody's referencing it.
Doesn't it look scary?
Having a juke. Yeah, it looks disturbing. Yeah, and he looks scarily pale as well.
He looks like Severus Snape on a bad day.
Yeah.
What's the guy called? Severus? Severus Snape.
Severus Snape, yeah. That was the stream is, I should switch off the stream because the stream is actually kind of lagging, so and that will give me a wrong position to look at. Yeah, I don't think giving up this pawn was necessarily required, but black still holds this quite comfortably, I think.
Lorenda is saying, I was just typing that, Jan. Sorry, I missed that. I did not mean to steal your Snape IP there.
No, I think what Neil means is that he was about to type it, but you were faster.
I doubt
it. I didn't see that. I didn't see that in chat.
I haven't been getting a lot of complaints about being too fast these days due to the lack of wood. Yeah, this will be a fun show, kids.
Yeah, I think we should actually, like, there's an option to put a warning that this is an 18+ stream, and I think this warning is, the moment is rapidly approaching for us to do that.
I've been in a really cranky mood all day. Like, it's not gonna get better. I'm so uninterested in the chat, which feels in the chat as well, but in the chess, which feels wrong because these are two very strong players and very fine gentlemen. Like, going at each other here, making one draw after another to keep us entertained in these dark times where, some people would like to spend the Easter Sunday with their loved ones, with their families, on, I don't know, a nice family brunch. But we can't do that because we're all conscious social distances. So instead we're here with Mr. Cuenca and Mr. Rajabov and Mr. David Anton, who just drew another game. I screen grabbed all these draws. Ugh, now they're gone.
Yep.
Max R26 is saying, absolutely agree with Jan. With which part? I didn't say anything that was worth agreeing with.
I would severely disagree with that last statement. And more Italians, but that's actually a sharp position for a change. And the position which I think I'm supposed to know something about, but I still don't. Obviously, there's a lot of theory here connected.
Oh, I know with, this. This is your boy, like Alexenko Ding, no?
Yeah, among other things, obviously, there is. I myself, I think, played Rook E2 in this position against Pavel Ilyanov in Paimon de Mallorca. No, that was with H3 and H6 included. This is a slightly different position because the pawns are still on H2 and H7, so there will be a lot of similarities, but also some minute differences which I would not feel qualified to discuss without engaging brain, and engaging brain is off the menu today.
That's not gonna happen. At least, these are principled men. They will not deviate from their opening choices because of...
Absolutely not. And Quincy 2 is a weird one, because you would like to retain the threat of pushing d4, and if you don't do that, like a4 queen a5 is something that black might be interested in doing. Even knight e7 is very much something that Nino could play there. And knight g4 as well. I don't know, is he actually intending to follow it up with f5?
Nah.
That would be normal procedure.
I think he wants to follow it up with bishop takes f2 check.
Fair point, but we are assuming white goes rook e2. I mean, after knight, maybe it's time to start considering some kind of a, bailout, because too big to fail, obviously. And yeah, knight e3 is maybe more the speed here. Rook e2 f5 did look quite attractive for black, to be honest. Mm-hmm. And now we have a position which really shouldn't be, anything at all for white. The big question is whether you want to still play a4 and hope to create some imbalances, or play something like queen c5 and say, I'm just not worse. I think a4 is a good move in terms of potentially creating some excitement here.
What is that sound? Are you playing pinball on a different screen? You can tell us. I'm just curious what it is. Now it's gone. Like, there's some very disturbing, like, bad Chinese restaurant music happening.
That's very upsetting, because that's actually my child practicing whatever it is that he's currently playing, Chopin probably.
Oh wow, then I meant it's too late. Daniel, give it up.
So describing it as bad Chinese restaurant music is putting a dent in my hopes for the bright future of my children. So just very, very mildly. Do we go knight g5 here? And if we do, does it achieve anything? Futilely hoping to bring it back to chess somehow before you destroy more of my hopes.
I don't know. I'm wondering how I could make this worse without hurting too many feelings, but I'm not there yet. How's Daniel doing other than that?
Well, getting him to actually do something productive is, as has always been a bit of a challenge. But apart from the obvious traits he inherited from his father, he's doing okay.
That's good to hear. Knight d8.
Knight d8 I'm very surprised by. Because I really couldn't see what was wrong with, let's say, just playing bishop d7 and then driving that knight away with h6 next move. Now we can take on e6, play bishop c4, and say, at least I can see something about our position as white, which is preferable to what it has been before, and maybe even to what Anton has going for him. It's still not very much. I guess you play like c6, a3, b5, bishop a2, queen e7, and you say, I'm not that bothered. But
oh boy, I'm embarrassed enough about my bad Chinese restaurant comment that I'm pretending to be remotely interested in the chess position. That's how bad this got. I'm very sorry, Daniel. I'm a big fan of your work. It's a good Chinese restaurant. Playing
it definitely is it's a high class Chinese restaurant. I will Yeah, I'm accepting this pitiful attempt at
My
apology.
most sincere apologies.
Yeah. It's a high-class Chinese establishment.
Old artist saying, keep digging, Jan. No, I didn't know. I genuinely thought those were sounds on Peter's computer.
No, no, no.
Not sure that I'm gonna make this better.
And also, I think this is the absolute perfect username for this comment, right? Because it's both Mozart and also a play on word, including the word mode, which is something that you dig. So, I find amusement where these days, things that amuse me probably don't amuse very many other people, but
I have that problem. I've been binge watching Terrace House, the fantastic Japanese
again,
half-scripted reality show. There's a new season that I wasn't aware of. So I've been binge watching it and telling everybody how great it is, but no one in the world, literally, cares other than me, which is very upsetting. I'm sure it's a very popular show, but I can't get people to watch that show. Jake Lones is saying, yeah, there's a big audio imbalance. Which one is it? Am I too loud, too quiet? I have headphones, so I can hear Peter just fine, but I don't know. I'm too quiet, yeah?
yeah, I don't know if I can reliably be trusted to start shouting. So
No, clearly your volume is high. We could hear beautiful music coming from the other room.
and frankly, most of the doors between the room I'm in and the room he's playing at should be closed. I mean, so I do have good audio quality apparently here, or at least, yeah, that's maybe overstating the case slightly, but
Yep, miss. Saying my daughter, 18, watches that show. Jan, you must be young at heart. Oof, I'm glad she's 18 because this show has been, yeah, like not for minors today. But that's great to hear. Yep.
I think
Greetings to
he
your
means,
daughter.
I think he means Terrace House though. Our show is definitely not for 18-year-old girls
Oh boy,
today.
I
But
thought we had an 18-year-old girl watching. It's everything I say gets awkward today. But of course he's talking about Terrace House, you're right. So, yep. If your 18-year-old daughter ever wants to chat with me about our mutual like for Terrace House, I'm right here.
what are you doing? Stop right there.
I'm making it worse.
Yeah. And somehow Anton has made actual significant progress in this position. Rook b2 check might be quite awkward here. I don't know if I like Rook a1 though, but Rook b2 check followed by Rook g2 seemed to me like it could be like genuinely awkward for White to mate. And we are now actually okay. Rook c5, Rook takes h5 probably does make a draw. Yeah, although we do pick up both g3 and a3, so I'm not sure how. Is it a draw? This might just be lost, right? Yeah, now it is
That's
lost
pretty
because
lost.
the g4. Yeah, okay, so we actually have the first. No, Rook a7, Rook g7. Game is he resigned maybe, or possibly lost on time because I think he also was very very short on time somewhere around here. Because honestly, after Rook a7, Rook g7, I'm not even sure you have to resign just yet. It might be. Well, in a blitz game, you definitely continue there. a3, king c3. Do we even lose?
Looks bad, no?
I missed Rook b1. Yeah, Rook b1. But at least you ask about Rook b1, right?
I don't know. To me, it's obvious, but I was brought up with rook endings, so I'm not blaming you.
I am.
Chess shaming. That's gotta be my new approach. That always works well for me on these shows.
Yeah, that's clearly the way to go. And this was game 5. So David is now leading 3-2 with 7 games of the I can't even. Regulation time left, which is not really the word I was looking for, but I can't find any others.
I'm not sure how much this screen capture will help us. Probably not very much is the answer. 3-2 for Mr. Anton. Mr. Dodgy Chess is saying, insult the rest of his family, Jan. Don't let up. No, I'm cool with Olga and Nikita. No more insults coming.
Yeah. We all know he's just taking a break and kind of reloading, right?
Daniel, I was hoping we were done. B-Baller Fan 33 is asking, who is playing in this tournament? I do not know. You're playing, right? You're playing tomorrow?
I'm playing tomorrow. I believe my game is the first of the two matches of the day tomorrow. I don't know why I said game. I'm playing against Vidit, and there's also the Duda versus Harry match starting sort of straight after. Are they still discussing this line?
I don't know. I'm never sure if this is a game we already saw or if they just decided to make another draw on this one. But I think they'll just make another draw.
How do you tell all of these things apart? But also, why would they? This is mind-boggling. This is Blitz, guys. Just play 1b3 for Christ's sake. Can they see our messages? No, we can't. M Young 52.
I could see that. Lorinda is now saying M Young 52 yes. So he's contradicting you on air. I thought you guys were friends.
Yeah, many things will get revised before this pandemic is done.
Oh boy. I'm just figuring out. Also, apologies for my worse mood than usual today, but I'm figuring out I can make arrows and moves and all this stuff, and I can highlight pieces, weaknesses. The square is weak.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the idea of going rook d4 and then he takes d4, but maybe with the knight on b1 is not that horrible. If this knight was on some kind of a useful square, in particular if it was, for instance, already on d3, I would be violently opposed to this idea. And I don't know if I like c5 because that actually solves the problem.
Knight a3.
Yeah, exactly. Why did you give this knight a square here is not immediately obvious to me.
Why exactly?
But I'm guessing there are. I mean, the margins should be big enough for Timur not to have to worry too much just yet.
And NM Young 52, whose messages we can't see, is saying, Jan and Peter, nice lectures yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We did I was going to say shameless cash grab, but no, we did some teaching the young yesterday, and we had a great time. So glad to hear you enjoyed it, and NM Young 52.
Yeah, those two things aren't mutually exclusive, so.
That is true. Also, someone's telling me, Jan, we can't see Pepe's photo. Fair point.
I have to say that the wonderful people in the chat are actually making this a lot more enjoyable than it could have otherwise been. What with the horribly upsetting things being said about my closest relatives and things. Which, I will continue pretending to be very upset about.
No, rightly so. I would be too in your response.
Yeah.
So to lighten the mood, let's look at Dark Teamer.
Yeah, and Archer Knight is not wrong, saying we need better TV emotes enabled for more Pepe memes Uh, the admins probably will disagree, but I'm actually an admin. So I wanted to say I'm not an admin, so I feel very free in accepting that statement as true. But I am actually. I think I'm an admin. Am I?
I hope not. Jesse Bergstrom is saying boring compared to BB. I like the efficiency in that statement. He's not a man of too many words. Like, let's just say this is boring compared to Banter Blitz. Because, boring compared to BB, of course we understand what's meant. The good news for you, Jesse Bergstrom, is there will be more BB. There will be more TBBBT, unless it's over. There will be more BBC, Banter Blitz Cup. So there's something here for everyone.
Absolutely.
And I could not disagree more. I'm very entertained. Not by the chess, who cares about the chess? But by Rajawov's background, by Peter's company, by the Twitch boys. I'm thrilled about everything that's happening.
Yeah, and bringing it back to chess ever so slightly, c4 appears to be very drastic, but I kind of agree with it, because if you allow e5 and bishop c4, you might just get mated on the king side. This endgame is still not going to be much fun, but I have a feeling it's a justifiable decision by Timur. But if he loses this one, he actually is in quite some trouble, because -2, considering how the match has been going, it's been quite quiet, and I don't think he had very many winning chances in the first 5. So going down to -2 with 6 to go will definitely be cause for alarm.
Could not agree more. He does look alarmed too.
Yeah, I'm choosing not to have that open on my screen, because it frankly scares me.
Let's look at David Anton. He is showing us how to use a green screen. Just have a green screen behind you. I've been doing that recently, so I can't really mock it. The Spanish, I was gonna say youngster, because his nickname is Nino, which means child. But he might not be that young anymore. Like, he might be, I don't know, 25 by now. How old is David Anton? Does anybody know?
Well, I'm sure somebody knows, but I don't. I assumed you would, but because you're always my go-to authority on all things to do with the Spanish chess scene. And right on cue, there is more background music from Peter's children, as was requested by chat. He has to work. He's, supposed to be, he's finishing school this year and supposed to begin his, professional studies in the fall. So yeah, there's definitely supposed to be more background music coming from Peter's children, but there's scarcely any these days.
Wow.
I kind of disagree with the G6 and D6. I don't know why he did that. There shouldn't be any Zugzwangs here. I really don't know why he closed everything down. I guess he feels that there should be some kind of a winning chance, maybe eventually connected with some kind of E7 king takes E7 king. Well, not anymore. Yeah, maybe now C5 king C. No, that also doesn't win. All of this is frankly quite confusing to me, because with the rooks on and with the pawn still on G5, I was frankly of the opinion that it was close to winning for white. And then he did all this to his position.
Mr. Dodger is saying it's only fair for Jan's daughter to sing us a song and Peter to go full Simon Cowell. I'm up for that. Nelly!
I guess no one is following the game, says Maxar26. No, we are.
Following closely. Draw.
Exactly. Also, Phil is up more than a buy-in and in the green altogether. So, Good news all round.
That man has a little something I call grit. Mr. Galfond, we're so proud of you.
Exceedingly proud, yes. Also, too early to say all of these things. Let's not do any jinxing.
I think they no longer call it jinxing. It's been replaced by Lawrence Trenting.
Yeah, and Lawrence promised to be in the chat watching. Obviously not us, because why would he ever watch us when he's not on the show? But he did his usual thing of tweeting me partly in Russian, telling me, "See you in the Run It Once chat." So he's probably there doing some Lawrence Trenting.
It's good to know he's out there, Lawrence Trenting. I guess they play more games. They haven't been taking a lot of breaks between these games. But it's hard to tell because all the games look exactly the same.
Yeah, more Italians, and also the moment, like, somehow weirdly, the moment the game appears on a screen, they've already blitzed out 10 nondescript moves of a quiet Italian. So
it's not that weird. It's just because I don't pay any attention, and that started like after, with a minute delay usually.
Yeah, but I do have the regulations for the tournament somewhere in my inbox, because I am surprisingly playing in it. But I don't think it mentions anything about breaks. So I think they actually are supposed to just play them one after the other. I don't believe any breaks at all are mentioned, and I think it's fine for a 12-game 3+2 match. I don't think you need breaks. Although I'm sure you can ask for like a 3-minute break for physiological reasons at some point, and it will be granted to you, I would hope.
Maybe 1 minute. I think washing your hands is overrated, especially nowadays. 1 minute.
In the current climate, especially, yeah. Yeah, who does that?
I've been, no joke, I think I've washed my hands more in the last 4 weeks than in the rest of my life together. I'm not sure if that's true, but I think it comes close. Like with soap, at least. Other than that, without soap, probably not. But with soap and like 20 seconds of washing.
So have you learned any useful dirges to sing while you wash your hands, to count to exactly 20?
No, but if maybe Daniel could come over and give us one, that'd be very welcome.
Yeah. There's been a lot of very, very helpful suggestions on that topic. I think either the "To Boldly Go Where No Man Has Gone Before," if you know this entire monologue by heart, apparently it's 20 seconds, and there are some other properly nerdy suggestions on the topic. Yeah, that's a good comment, Lorinda. Yeah. I spoke to the man yesterday, and he kind of ruefully said, "Yeah, we go for walks on the balcony all the time."
Who, Grishuk?
Yeah.
Poor him.
So, yeah. No, it has to be an interesting life, being more or less locked in the house with 3 reasonably small children, and no kindergarten to shove them off to for at least parts of the day.
I only have 1 reasonably small child, and it's fine actually. But yeah, 3 I guess is very different. Max R26 is saying, "All right, this is very boring. We'll catch up later." Why would you catch up later if it's very boring? Good audience, though. I could not agree more. Cheers. Bye. Bye, Max R26. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah. Does White have anything at all, or we are just eventually going to play knight g8, g6 and say completely equal?
In my experience of playing these very boring positions with black, I always thought this is just fine for black. There's nothing happening here unless you blunder some trick.
Yeah, I wanted to say I'm slightly surprised he just instantly took on d6 with the queen when the trade was offered, because I thought specifically in that position he could have taken with the pawn and played d5 next move, making it slightly livelier. But I guess he didn't feel the need to, and he should still be fine. Yeah. Yeah, somewhere around here, I felt like maybe I guess he just didn't like Queen B6.
Yeah, see,
I missed.
Queen B6.
Yeah, I missed Queen B6. If not for Queen B6, I honestly think CD6 would have been a very reasonable thing to at least consider.
Yeah.
When is your match, Peter? Says Big BZ. In 23 hours would be the exact answer, I think.
Good. What's going on?
I think that's what my email said.
Trieste saying more rapid tournaments with commentary. Best for viewers by miles, surely. I don't know. We'll be doing this Magnus thingy. Sorry, I have too much stuff going on the screen here. And I guess we'll find out after that. Personally, I'm not sure how you feel about it. I enjoy the classical games because it gives us time to talk about nonsense, but from a pure commentary standpoint, if you want to make it chess action, I think 1510 is excellent because it gives you time to draw some arrows, to point out some stuff while you don't get bored. So I think for pure chess commentary, it's an excellent time control. This is a little fast because you can't really make lines and so on, but I think 1510 is great.
No, I think the Magnus Invitational will be great from pretty much every standpoint. It should be. I mean, it features excellent players, and I think 4 games of 1510 per day provides sort of just enough excitement. And as somebody who hopes to be commentating on it, I'm expecting to enjoy it greatly. Once again, yeah. I missed Rook d5. I was about to say Timur appears to be slightly outplayed here, but yeah, Rook d5 proves me wrong. I completely overlooked this exists. But this is clever by David because David is just plain wrong, right? He's not David.
No, that's his first name. Like no one calls him that, but it's his first name. He's David.
Okay. Yeah, and now black actually is, I think, significantly better. I don't know if you win very many of those, but the knight on c5 will be just so much stronger than a knight on d2, and the pawn on b3 is like a perennial problem that is basically unsolvable. The big issue for black, of course, is if you can make any progress. And David just says, I will just go. F5 slightly surprises me, though. I thought he was just going to go king f7, king e6, king d6, king c5. But this is also very, very dangerous for white. The king is still seemingly kind of unstoppable. It gets to the queen side probably fast enough. Yeah, this is no. I think he wasted a bit too much time there. He might still be much better after king. Whoa, he didn't.
He doesn't go king before.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he didn't go king before, but I guess maybe he feels that he is firmly in control of the match and he doesn't need to take any risks. But it seemed to me like he was risking really not very much at all there. Yeah, now obviously with white a lot more in control. And the pawn on h5, it will be possible for white to mount some kind of counterplay with knight f1, knight g3 eventually. This probably is now just equal.
Mm-hmm. What's happening? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think this should count as a reasonably large missed opportunity by Nino, because I'm pretty sure when the queens just came off, if he just ran with the king towards the c5 square without wasting any time on f5, I just didn't understand the move f5 at all. You are creating weaknesses well, maybe not weaknesses, but you're creating targets for white to play against. Yeah, I didn't really understand why he did that, and yeah, now it's going to be a draw. A draw is still, I guess, fine for him, but yeah, should have been very close to going 2 up. How many books does Peter have in his library? I never counted, and I have been trying to clean it up a little, and as soon as I can be around people once again, I will be giving some of them away.
We do know he doesn't have a single poker book.
I could actually turn the screen around and settle this controversy once and for all, but yeah, let's not do that. Let's keep the the source of constant chat gold has to be kept alive.
Yeah. Dutch Defender is saying, why move to Twitch? Jan should promote Chess24. Couldn't agree more. And you know, Dutch Defender, that the Chess24 premium members will always be the ones given preference here, because they're the ones that keep the lights burning. Clearly not in the Rajabov household, because there are no lights there. But other than that, very much agree. Dutch Defender. Apologies if I was being too twitchy. Twitch boys, go premium, Chess24, 40% off. Voucher code stay at home, chess24.com/premium. Do I have that somewhere?
And Jake Lon says, Peter, he's using a green screen to look educated. Well, not exactly educated, more like mildly affluent, to be able to afford all these books I never read. I don't think I've ever been accused of being educated.
You haven't? I always thought of you as highly educated.
I have school education.
You read books and stuff.
Yeah, but that, as the quote goes, you're very well read, it's well known. But in terms of formal education, I have very little of that.
But doesn't self-education count as education? You know, like boring stuff. That's my definition of education.
Okay, yeah. Like if knowing boring stuff counts, then maybe I am, the honorary professor of University of Knowing Boring Stuff.
There you go. Tima, we're not supposed to touch our face in these trying times. I'm touching my face all the time, so
yeah.
Not really judging. I think as long as we never leave our houses and wash our hands all the time. It's hard to face touch people, face touch shame people too much. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think that works as for people who don't actually leave the house at all.
Yeah.
And more of the same? Has anyone actually told them that other openings exist, or?
I think they know.
Frankly, that beggars. I don't think I've ever seen a blitz match like this, because at some point people start just getting bored of playing exactly the same subline of the not very exciting variation to begin with, and they start doing something else.
Also, one side should be dissatisfied at some point. No? Okay,
Yeah.
I don't get anything every game, or like I'm mildly suffering with black every game. But they both seem very happy. It's that sweet spot where every game is a drop, but Anton feels he's safe and slightly better enough to keep doing this. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and Anton, in fairness, Anton definitely drew at least one definitely completely winning position, and one position which I would be reasonably confident in calling winning as well. So you can sort of see why he keeps on doing this, because he's also ahead in the match, and he probably doesn't mind games being drawn if he occasionally gets very good positions in them, regardless of whether he converts them or not. But yeah, I'm guessing this is game 8 right now, right?
I cannot count. It's 4-3 in Mr. Anton's favor, so that's game 8, yes.
Yeah, so I guess if the score is still -1 and we have 2 to go, maybe then Tamor will switch it up slightly with the black pieces, because he is definitely a very proficient King's Indian player. For instance, has been his entire life, his entire early life. He did switch to boring solid stuff at some point to improve his results when he got to like the very elite tournaments. But he used to play extremely sharp things with black.
Even at least tournaments, no? He's had years playing the King's Indian. He beat Magnus in a King's Indian on the black side and so on.
Yeah.
I think he started going full Queen's Gambit in these candidate matches in Kazan. When was that? Like 2011?
Yeah, but even after that, I beat him in the London candidates in a Zemish. But that may have been because he just thought, okay, Svidler is now playing 1d4, haha, what an idiot. I am not playing for a draw against him. So that could have been just him adjusting to me doing something I've never done in my life. But London Candidates was, and that was early in the tournament when he still seemed to care. So he hasn't given up on the opening entirely until I think even maybe much later.
Well, probably his game plan is just to, be very safe with black and be very safe with white, and then just lose by the smallest of margins.
Yeah, but as you see on your screen, he is doing some adjusting here by offering this exchange sack, which he was not obliged to do. And I like bishop f5 in reply. If it doesn't, maybe we can take on d1 twice and then go bishop takes f5 and b4, which probably means you just cannot take with the queen, right? This looks horrible, so you probably have to take with the knight. But it's not that bad if you take with the knight, because here after e4 you have knight g2, and the knight on d1 actually does a very good job of protecting against e4, e3. Yeah, the King's Indian does seem to be undergoing a very, slow phase, Tipsy Tom. Hikaru is not playing it anymore, or at least not regularly, and Timur is not playing it. And I mean, the King's Indians we see these days are not actually King's Indians. People play 3 of 3 against the Grunfeld and Geth, Zemish type positions, and so on. But pure King's Indians have been few and far between.
I still hate it, King's Indian. I don't think it's a good opening, but I never found, a way to make the position as lifeless and dull as they are effortlessly making them here with either color. And it bothers me.
Yeah. And on the King's side says we need Svidler to revitalize the King's Indian. I actually played the King's Indian for a few years in the late 90s, and I was so horrible at it. It was just disgusting to watch. The opening just doesn't agree with me at all. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I even kind of liked it on an emotional level. It seemed to me like I'm doing something fun and exciting, but I just kept on losing, so I had to give it up. And Timur,
are you talking King's Indian or no?
King's
Not
Indian,
making
yeah,
their joke. Not making their joke. Self-control, Jan. You've upset Peter enough today.
I can't actually. Slow as I am, I can't actually figure out how it was supposed to end, and
I know, that's why I'm issuing this self-control.
Yeah, Timur is actually completely winning in this game, so we've kind of lost the update a little bit, and
wow,
is he? It felt to me like he was just giving. Yeah, now he is. Yeah, that's quite clever. I mean, he could have played Queen f2, Queen f1, and then Knight f3, not giving Anton even those 2 spy checks that Anton will now play, but it doesn't matter.
Knight f3 check. No, Queen f2, that is better. That means he leveled the scores. This match is... I was gonna say getting exciting, but that'd be a stretch. It's getting prolonged. Four now.
Yeah. No, I'm now kind of deep in the tank trying to decipher where this was going. Which is obviously all part of the master plan, but yeah.
I love it when I make you doubt yourself. I was so proud of myself yesterday when I said I had heard good things about your lecture, but you should maybe tone down the cursing a little bit. I was so happy.
Yeah, and I honestly bought that for like half a minute.
That's why I was so happy. Jake Lones is saying, Jan, game please. No, I'm way ahead of you this time. They have not yet started, I think. Oh, okay, I was wrong. They have started. Why doesn't this work? I clicked on it.
Yeah, famous
Tech
last
boys,
word.
is it me or is it... It's probably me, right? Yeah. Anyway, it's a slow Italian, but this time around, after
It's
being
slightly
mated.
less slow. Yeah, it's slightly less slow, and they keep on discussing this. This line has the potential of becoming quite sharp, but Taymor continues playing it in a kind of a non-forcing manner, and I have a feeling that if you don't achieve anything sort of straight off the bat here, you occasionally even run the risk of becoming of standing worse here with white. So that's a very intricate position, which needs to be played well. The big question here is, do you play d5? We've discussed this idea of in these types of positions playing d5 and bringing the bishop all the way back to f8, being quite good for black. I think more than once live on stream. But here, after d5, I think there's an issue of e d5 and rook takes e5, quite simply. Kind of a boring pawn grab, which I can't refute. But I would like to play d5 if I could here, because otherwise I feel slightly worried about the whole queen f3, knight f5, and but yeah, knight d7 is a
logical, no?
yeah, sane accurate move. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, knight h5, queen g4. You will now have to be probably slightly scared for a bit.
Nino is
but
never scared.
yeah, that is very true. Nino doesn't strike me as somebody who does scared very well.
Let's see Nino. Nino, does he look scared? No, he has this. He looks like a very skinny Robert Downey Jr. somehow with these glasses. You don't see it?
I don't see Nino at all, because I'm trying not to overload my screen, and also
fair.
yeah, if I open any more streams up, I might start having bandwidth issues, and that would be hilarious. You have to add more technical issues to this already swimmingly going stream.
Yeah, we're off to a stellar start.
Is bishop h6 a move? Hang on a second. Is bishop h6 a move here? Just like briefly discussing chess for a spell. I guess you can just play g6, knight g7, and rook somewhere, and say you have not achieved much. But bishop f8, bishop takes g7, I think just wins on the spot, right? So it might actually be forcing you to play g6.
What's wrong with g6, knight g7, yeah?
I wanted to go knight g7, but I don't know how to follow it up. Maybe rook e7, knight 3 f5 works. Wow. Like going kind of full degen. But I don't know.
You're very generous with what I like to call OPP, other people's pieces.
Yeah.
But you get it back.
I do get it back. Yeah, I have a feeling this may have been interesting at the very least. But Taymor disagrees and just goes h4, h5, which is also a typical thing they do in these positions, making it slightly less comfortable for black to play g6, because it does open up some files on the king side. But with the bishop on f8, it immediately feels a lot less risky for black. And also there's knight c5. I'd be very interested as black in the move knight c5 in this position.
I missed a joke. Mr. Dodgy is saying, can't believe Jan ignored Maskinisson's joke. I missed it. Please repeat or inform us verbatim. My pronunciation is way off today.
Yeah. Knight c5 has been played by Nino, so it's becoming quite sharp. And also, I do feel like maybe Taymor missed a trick there by not trying to get somewhere with bishop h6. And Mozart's question about ignoring knight g7 altogether and playing queen takes b2 is extremely relevant. It may be best play in that line. I was coming to that conclusion myself.
Now black looks fine, no?
Yeah, black is at the very least fine. I would be looking for advantage here with black. With the center open like this, there's never going to be any mating attacks on the king side. I like bishop d7 as well. If this works, it's clearly the best move, because you want to fight for the e file as hard as possible. But hang on a second, isn't rook e5, queen e5, rook e8 now just winning material? This may have been a bit of a mistake by Timur.
Yeah. Nino reclaiming the lead. Nino is David Anton's nickname, how everybody calls him. It means child in Spanish. And I think it came from the fact that he was a child for many years. So the name just stuck.
Yeah, and Rook E8 finally played, and it does seem to just pick up not a full piece because we lost the C7 pawn, but I don't think we care all that much. And after H6, I think we're safe enough just to play G6 if we want. But yeah, Knight E6 is probably... Queen 6 is a good reply, though. I thought Knight E6 was just winning on the spot, but Queen 6 at least ensures that White gets to take on G7 and slightly spoil the black structure. But obviously, piece up, you have to be winning this.
Game over.
Yeah, pretty much all the time. D4, Knight takes D4, and yeah. At some point, Black just overwhelms White with simply by the fact he has more pieces on the board. Knight C2 was winning on the spot there. Instead, Nino goes Knight F5, a move I don't quite understand, but changing probably nothing anyway. Knight C2 was, yeah, I'm surprised Knight C2 hasn't been played. But this is now mate. Queen D1, Queen H5, and then Rook D1 mate is now just mate.
Look how he relaxes. And I went to great lengths to track down the Muskenism joke. And it was when I said, Nino looks a bit like a very skinny, somewhat unhealthy Robert Downey Jr. He said, Robert Down on Time Jr.
Which is...
Yeah.
We accept that.
Yeah.
But honestly, not his best work.
Yeah.
He's been doing a better and better over the years with one-liners.
For sure. It's fine. The other day I got into a heated argument with Peter Heine in our chat because Peter Heine was praising Anish for making an early bird joke about Chris Bird trying to register for a tournament. And I get very upset, Peter Heine.
Yeah, I have all kinds of...
Such a low-hanging fruit with a guy called Chris Bird. So, I don't know, standards are very high nowadays.
Yeah. I think this is the time for me to make you need to hire a StarCraft 2 Pro to register the tournaments. So this joke has to be made at least once on the chess stream, right?
I don't know. I think they're playing this again, but I'm not sure as usual.
Yeah, they are, yeah. It's just like... It's like a joke in and of itself by this point. Like, why?
Mr. Anton Guijarro is in the lead, 5-4. This is first to 6.5. So 3 more draws, and Nino is in the next round. What's your side of the bracket? Could you face Nino?
I am playing the winner of this. Yes.
Wow. So this is like research, because you.
Yeah.
Now, no, they both only play one opening.
But probably not against me, though, because I don't actually play the QGA or QGD, as the case may be. Yeah, how does Jan cut back to it on the same move every time, says Lorinda. It's very easy. It's just always the same move. But you have been really, really uncanny with the cutting in. And now after Bishop 5, aren't we just much better? Nino actually but maybe Radjabov actually welcomes this change of structure, because this is the one game he won where Nino forced him to take on F5, and then he somehow broke through and won in impressive fashion. But here I think White gets the knight on E4, more or less. I don't really understand not playing Bishop F5 in that position.
Nino is playing it safe.
This is game
10.
10, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a bit too early to... Well, maybe I'm a bit too harsh on Knight C4 to call it sitting on your lead, but... yeah, I just don't like Knight C4. I thought Bishop F5 was just such an obviously logical follow-up to what he's been doing up to that point.
Let's see if Nino is filled with rage and regret after missing this Bishop F5. He's played it now.
Mr.
Looks
Danger Mouse says
focused.
Vidit raging at Peter's diss. I am playing a winner of this if I beat Vidit, obviously. So I'm not playing the winner of this. Is that better, Mr. Danger Mouse?
More on brand.
Yeah, at least it's definitely more consistent with the lifelong commitment to. Yeah, let's stop there. What's the format? Asks Fiona. The format is it's an eight person knockout with only the finalists getting money. I think the first prize is 2K and the runner up gets 500.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I think I should be the underdog against Vidit. Yeah, I have 0 practice, and he is sort of very good at chess and also should be just much faster than me in terms of online blitz. Over the board blitz, I probably would rate myself as having decent chances there, but my online blitz these days is just abysmal in terms of execution.
Yeah, if you were to pull off that amazing upset, would it be too much to ask if you sang, "Oops, we did it again" after winning?
I'll try. And Timur is once again crushing in this line.
Wow, 93, game over. Nino, focus.
So basically, I think bishop g4, bishop f5 is the correct strategic idea, but Nino still manages somehow to play it in such a fashion that it kind of instantly loses. I don't know if that's best business practice, frankly.
Nah. I don't even know if that's best piano practice.
Best piano practice is currently ongoing. So yeah, you don't resign because you kind of want to continue, but knight takes f5. I mean, there's probably even ways like rook d8 is not a knight d1 check. What is that? Why?
King h2.
King h2.
What's the trick?
I do not know.
Did he hallucinate? That looks like a hallucination. Probably still
Yeah,
in great shape.
yeah. I mean, he's still in tremendous shape, but it feels to me like this wasn't required. Knight takes f5 and just play a position where you have 2 extra pawns, but a better position. Yeah, and now, I mean, clearly with the knight on b1 not really participating in the game and so on, you should still be winning this, and he's also up on time, but the material is level instead of being 2 pawns up, so it's a bit of a confusing decision by Timur. I don't really know why he didn't just do what he would normally do in 3 seconds flat without thinking. And also e4, rook c4, you now really have to have something forcing or you will not win. It's just very, very confusing. Queen a1 is clever though. Queen a1 might still prove to be good enough.
And Ostano Vivo is asking the hard questions. I'll leave that one to you, Peter. Guys, why Trent become a GM?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm very, like, there are so many ways we could take this, you know, so many directions we could take this question, but without Lawrence actually being here, it like much of the joy is drained from it.
It is more fun to insult him to his face somehow, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely no comparison. Queen Dark 51 says Trent is roughly 2600 standard. He just doesn't play enough. Yeah, roughly, plus minus 250 points.
What's going on in the game? I can't believe I'm saying that. Is he getting checkmated? Not yet.
Well, now he's back in full control because the queen had to go to g2 so as not to get completely mated, and yeah, f5 you Surprised about rook d4, but I guess he didn't want to allow f5 g4. Yeah, but still, eventually you make enough progress. And I mean, e3 probably wins by force here. E3 followed by rook d2 should just queen d2 check, start the next one, right? Yeah, this also wins, but why would you not play? Why would you not? Yeah, this also wins. Yeah, this is fine. Queen h1 check now. It's all even. Yeah, it's back to even. So it's now a best of two, and if that ends 1-1, they will start playing. I've never actually seen this format before. Just sudden death with the colors not reversing for the first of those sudden death games, which is somewhat relevant because that means that Nino will be playing black in the first of those. And if you lose, you're out.
A bit harsh, but understandable. Forget about it. Every time Trent says he's my boy, I think of Mr. Candy and Django and Unchained.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I believe that's Leonardo DiCaprio's best acting job, by the way. And I'm being told, Jan, the game, I have it open here. I need something to happen for it to spring into action. Here we are. This is very confusing. All right, you guys ready?
Whoa, different opening. No way.
Why?
That illegal.
Why deviate?
Illegal.
They play the Vienna, my specialty. While I'm trying to navigate this new tool of ours. Takes bishop d6 and knight to e5. Not a common move here. Actually a strange move. Maybe he was so sure bishop e7 would happen that he pre-move knight e5.
Yeah, this may have been a pre-move, yeah.
But bishop d6 is a fairly established theoretical main move, so it's a bit strange. But now we're 2 pawns down for how much exactly?
Well, obviously some compensation. It's and I'm not even kidding. There's always going to be some compensation until the bishop on c8 gets developed somewhere. I really don't like bishop e3 though. Why are we allowing b6 c5? It felt to me like the bishop had to go towards the d6 square, but I think maybe it's just bad. Maybe criticizing choices in this position is just unfair because something weird happened which resulted in him playing knight e5 and then not even protecting the pawn on e5, which also may not have been forced by circumstances. And now he has to play this endgame 2 pawns down, which is not lost because once again of the bishop on c8. And now that Nino met a4 with a5, it's going to be quite difficult actually to get the bishop out from the c8 square with the pawn on b7 constantly bugging him. I'm beginning to think that white might not even be that much worse now. I'm very surprised about a4, a5.
Come on, lighten up, Timur. There you go. Ostanovivo is saying, Jan, did you help Magnus for 2 knights and 6? Please answer. Yes. Hatams is saying, will there be an interview with players after the match is over? I honestly do not know. I'm not sure if it's been planned or what the deal is there. We are very happy to interview players about everything. And by very happy, I mean slightly awkward and completely unprepared.
Yes. That's, I think, the dictionary definition of happiness, right?
I don't know. I've never experienced that feeling, so it's hard to tell for me.
Yeah. I mean, bishop h5 looked very logical because you want to stop the knight from getting to e7 and then either d5 or h5, but it really isn't doing very much there. And Timur kind of instantly corrects himself by bringing it over to e2. Yeah, it's a surprising position because honestly, I think it's going to be a reasonably difficult technical task for Nino, despite being 2 pawns up, and white not even really attempting to generate any active counterplay, just kind of keeping things in place. But those rook a8 and bishop c8 are two exceedingly stupid pieces. And without them, it's just not going to be easy at all.
Mr. Danger More 5 is saying you have to hope Jan is soundproof in that room or very awkward evening ahead. Why? Who else did I insult other than Peter's children accidentally? Did I say something bad about Tima? Nah.
No, I don't think so.
Just about the darkness.
Yeah.
Nino Anton, I've said many bad things about.
Feels like maybe some progress has been made, because you can play rook e7 now and genuinely start threatening bishop e6. And obviously, if the bishop does come out of the game, well, if you imagine this same position with the bishop on d5 instead of c8, you understand I'm not overstating things too much. Well, he just gives it up immediately. Rook e7, rook d8. I was being an idiot. Okay, that's par for the course. But now with only 1 pawn deficit, it's definitely not going to be an easy conversion.
This should be full compensation almost, no? With the bishops? No, I don't know. Bishop d5, yeah. Black
Bishop d5, yeah. Bishop d5, king g6, maybe e4, e3 on a good day. I actually quite like g4 because I feel that the knight had to be pushed away from the f5 square, and Nino actually returns the second pawn straight away. Yeah. If Timur survives this game, it's going to be, a very kind of important turning point in the context of the match score, because with only 2 to go, if he goes to -1 with only the black game left, the way it's been going, you would not normally fancy his chances, because if white wants to make a draw in that line of the Queen's Gambit decline, which apparently he is contractually obligated to play in every single black game.
Those are the rules of the Pepe Cuenca Invitational.
Exactly, yeah. So I mean, if Anton wants to make a draw there, he probably will make a draw.
Fun fact, by the way, about Pepe Cuenca, because people think that because of his sparkling on-screen persona, that he would actually have an interesting chess style. The most boring chess player the world has ever known. Like, he plays grinding, closed technical positions, tries to exchange everything. It's very confusing because he's so full of life in real life.
Yeah. So no actual ratatata when it's his turn to play.
It's only when there's like a piece exchange looming.
Yeah. Black is actually, I think, genuinely still slightly better after takes, king e5, king e3, rook b8, maybe even more than slightly. Rook f8 check now. It's getting bad for white again. Rook f8, rook f4. This might be lost now. King d4. We kind of missed the point where Timur. Well, I don't really.
This you just lose, no? King d4. This is lost.
No. This also wins, but trading that rook on f4 for that horrible rook on e2 just doesn't sit well with me. Yeah, but yeah, bishop b3 is clever. Yeah, bishop b3 is clever. No, but if white puts the bishop on d1, waits for you to take on c5 and plays king c3, do you win every single one of those in a blitz game?
I do not know. I do know that Nino now needs one draw to win this match that some people have called, high quality but very dull. BRD Bruce Lee Central saying, will the Magnus Invitational be streamed here next weekend? Yeah.
And I think Miguel Silva is correct in saying that so far not a single game was won by the white pieces. I think that's true. I think every single victory was by players playing black.
Could be.
Yeah, that's quite remarkable. I mean, in a blitz match, it's sort of more likely than in a classical, obviously, but still, that's a little bit of stat, which is quite.
Maybe that explains why they both so stubbornly stick to their white openings.
Yeah, Mr. Danger Mouse is not entirely wrong, and there's been a question of whether Peter has been asked already about his opinion on the whole Rajabov in the candidates conundrum. And Mr. Danger Mouse says Peter might hurt himself on the fence that big. Yeah, why would you do that to me? But honestly, yeah, I am going to be. It's not exactly a fence. I just don't know if a good solution exists, and I am extremely happy it's not up to me. This is what I will say. I would not want to be any of the parties involved in that dispute. So whatever happens there will eventually happen, but I have no idea what the correct answer is there. And judging by the standards of this opening, normally this should be close to winning by for White, but I don't know if that matters a great deal.
Rajabov is in a must-win situation here.
Yeah.
If he does not win this game, he is out of the Pepe Cuenca Invitational. And after
just
queen
queen-
f3, it looks bad, no?
Yeah, I think bishop takes h6 is already a threat. Queen g3 is obviously a threat, but even bishop takes h6 followed by check and bishop takes f7 might just be close to winning. Yeah, it's just bad. This is not what you're supposed to get in a Philidor. You're supposed to be able to somehow stop White from achieving this absolutely perfect setup for seemingly nothing.
Hippopotamus, great username by the way, shout out to you, is saying at least the commentary is good. I'm not sure I agree, but thank you. And of course I agree when it comes to Super Grandmaster, 8-time Russian champion Peter Svidler. I'm just in such a foul mood today. I did not mean to insult Peter's son, but all the other insults I meant.
Yeah, and the fact that Timur took with the knight on b6 is an indication of just how horrible his situation was on the king side. He just needs to have an option of taking on f5, otherwise queen g3. I think queen g3 in particular, my bishop sacrifice was unnecessary, but queen g3 was more or less a winning threat there, so he had to do this, and now,
what fun.
yeah, this is just very, very painful, but also kind of irrelevant, because as long as the game continues going for another 2 minutes, they will be down to 20 seconds each, and then nerves will start deciding. But of course, from a purely chess standpoint, this is a very, very bad position for black, and you have to play it for a win somehow, which doesn't make the situation any more pleasant.
So you are saying if this 3+2 game continues for another 2 minutes, they will be down to 20 seconds each?
I am possibly not the best in the world at math. Yeah, Neil told me that was it Neil? Maybe not. That I should say math with an S on the end because I'm not American.
What? English people don't use the TH? That's news to me.
They use
The
a TH
Germans don't.
and then they tack on an additional S on the end to because they are refined. Yeah, refined and educated people, and
As shown by their leadership.
yeah,
Math,
exactly.
I understand.
And I am getting support from the Englishmen in the audience. H4 makes the game slightly sharper because black can now take on e4 and probably should take on f4.
Of course.
And white probably takes on h6. We take on c3, and we are objectively still worse. But if we somehow survive until the end game, we do have an outside passer on a7, which is something we should be quite happy about. Also, there is no other choice because gf5, ef5 more or less loses. So I'm really not sure what he's thinking about here. And knight e4 is now being played.
Still debate about the math situation. I've never been much of a math addict, so I don't have a strong opinion on that.
I hope I wasn't referred to as an Englishman there, says Nizahe, and no comment. And great use of the sword there, Nizahi, I approve. just delete wrong statements which are clearly wrong, despite them not containing any, offensive sentiment whatsoever. Back to the position on the board, queen takes a7 is something that should be greatly attractive to somebody who just needs to make a draw in this game, but it's probably not the best move in the position. Probably something like queen d2 or, I don't know, somewhere. Queen h6, actually. I completely missed the fact that we can still continue attacking on the king side. That's a good move.
Wow. There's heated debate about all the math stuff.
Yeah. And now Nino quite happily takes on f6 and goes back to e3 because with the knights off, he will be a lot happier just simplifying into some kind of rook endgame where he just has no risk of losing whatsoever. Also, it's not even that easy for black to win that pawn back because we can take with the rook on a7 now and just play. Queen g8 is clever though by Timur. Queen g8 is a smart move, hitting the pawn on h4 and continuing to look at the pawn on b2 as well.
Nizar is explaining the internet. It's not a heated debate if you delete all the messages that you disagree with. That's an excellent point.
Yeah, I think we are. I really do like the recent additions to our mod team.
I feel. Nah, can't pull it off. No, sorry. I had a thought, but I couldn't.
Nino is actually. Whoa.
Is Nino bungling this? King g2, queen d5. Wow, Nino. How did that happen?
Jeez. That did not seem to be required.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah. Even in that position, if he plays king h2, he is surprisingly maybe not even doing that poorly because rook f3, queen takes e5 check, and queen f1 we have c3.
So this is Rajabov celebrating that he just evened the scores.
What happened? I still don't have that on the screen.
Literally nothing changed on his face.
Yeah, that would be my assumption. Yeah, he is a very, very smooth operator.
All right, let's play more games, boys.
Indeed, and they have already gotten something onto the board, and this is now every single game is a must-win. Well, not a must-win, but a win actually ends the match there and then. There will not be a chance to strike back with the opposite color. So the stakes
are mediocre.
The stakes is high. Yeah.
Nah, high is a stretch. It's a sport watched by tens of viewers, played for hundreds of dollars. Stakes are mediocre.
Okay.
Sudden death dodgeball is the one exciting tiebreaker, but this comes very close.
Isn't d4 just winning on the spot now for Timur? Hang on a second.
Why ed e5 or what?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
Okay, fair enough.
Tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I want to win a piece, yeah, or a pawn on e5, depending on what you reply with. Queen d6 feels like it's a bit optimistic here by Nino.
Tima is thinking about it.
Deep in the tank, because clearly he spotted the idea exists and he's trying to check if it wins or not. And Jordan seemingly is in chat saying, what are the standings? The standings are every single game ends the match now if somebody wins. It's 6-6, so we are down to the actual sudden death phase. And g4 has been played, yeah. Now Nino probably is... I guess he has to play eg5, knight takes e5.
Tima does look excited.
Whoa. That's the real breaking news here. Let's have a look at this briefly. E.g. e5, knight e5. Rook e5, I think. I thought maybe gc, bc, bishop takes f2 was working, but it doesn't because I can take king f2, and after knight e4 check, I can simply go king g1. No, I wanted to go knight e4 check. But that loses to a number of things as well. No, king g1 is good. Also, knight takes e4, queen takes e5, and knight goes somewhere. There's just too many enemy. Yeah, none of this works. I think Nino is probably just objectively lost now. Because if he goes bishop b6, at first I thought bishop b6 was still no big problem. But if he goes bishop b6 in the current position, we can just take e takes d5 and then take on e5 next move. And it's just a healthy extra pawn for pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went bishop a7, but as I said, e5 I think just collects a central pawn for nada. De nada. Or maybe knight takes d5 and then some kind of rook takes f2 shenanigans, but I don't think they work. Also knight d5, knight c4 wins on the spot.
Hang on, I need to get the board back here.
Sure.
It's not coming back. Come back, board.
All is forgiven. Is a healthy pawn better than a sick one? Absolutely. Absolutely. And
I
yeah,
don't know. Those are big ethical questions we're all tackling these days. I wouldn't say it's that simple that a healthy anything is better than a sick one. It's something I've been struggling with.
and Myang52 says, score what is?
Score 6-6 is who wins this is next round.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is quite clearly a horrible, horrible position for black. You can still continue fighting. You play queen d7, and maybe there are some things that you know, white could mess up somehow. But yeah, I don't think there is very much doubt what the objective variation here is. Not only is white a pawn up, he is also sort of firmly in control. And this is the issue with queen d7, dc5. If you take on c5, c4 I think wins a piece. So he had to not even recapture on c5, and yeah, now down 2 pawns with no real sources of counterplay available to him.
If I read the chat correctly, they're also strongly in favor of sick pawns being isolated, which I don't know.
That's a good shout. Yeah, now we can at least claim there is maybe some, like e5, e4, and then some kind of queen c7 shenanigans is something I could justifiably at least call a semblance of counterplay. But you should still be confident, or of converting this into a full point. Yeah. Even though there really isn't very much going on here for black, just king g2, and it's just very, very difficult to imagine how you create actual threats. Maybe if white plays like c6, b takes c6, rook takes c6, and you play rook f3, maybe then there are some actual threats. But Timur clearly not in any hurry to play c6 here.
He's so clutch. No, he's always like behind, and then he wins the decisive games. He did that in the World Cup. That's how he does it.
Yeah, he is these days extremely good in high pressure situations, seemingly.
And we all know that the pressure does not get any higher than the Pepe Cuenca Invitational.
Exactly, but he has actually played himself in a position where you can imagine this going wrong, because rook e8 followed by knight takes e3 and rook takes f2 is now a genuine threat, and you can probably still go rook e8 even here, because if he's planning to play bishop g4, this might just lose to knight f4 check and rook g6 check. And they also both down to 20-ish seconds, so this could get quite exciting. Yeah, but I think he's still kind of firmly in control here. Rook f8, he did not blunder knight f4, he just... yeah, and sadly for Nino, he has to now give up any pretense of active counterplay and try to swindle something with the queen checks. Although, like, once again, on 17 against 4 seconds. You probably don't feel that bad about the player with the queen against the rooks, even though queen f4, queen takes a4 check right now probably was slightly stronger. But he picks up that pawn anyway. Yeah, I think he just doesn't lose from here, honestly, like in a blitz game where he has the more time. And seemingly also just faster mouse speed. Which should become very, very relevant quite soon. Although Timur managed to get some time on the clock and is now a3.
Ooh.
This is a problem. This is a large problem.
Rook h2 check.
Yeah. G6 is this is quite well played by Timur, finding a way to get the rooks to safe squares so that they don't get lost with checks. This should now be a draw. Yeah, this should now be a draw. I think you can just take on a3 and he's done something along those lines. Yeah. White, I think, can take on b7. I wonder if.
And Timur looks unhappy. It's the first time he's showing some real emotion. Did he blunder a rook or something?
Yeah, looks like he blundered.
Oh wow! Yeah, he's shaking his head, and he loses the match. Queen d5, queen c6 check, and king e7, queen f6.
So it's 7-6, right?
Yeah, that ending. You have to say that game 12 also looked pretty much unlosable at some point for Nino, and he managed to lose it in about 5 moves flat. But yeah, losing this one will definitely hurt for Timur, because he was just firmly in control of it starting from around move 12. Yeah, that's
shadows like that.
Yeah, that's gonna sting. What we do in the shadows. Apparently, we play chess. Is the new answer.
There we see Nino Anton happily saying in Spanish, "Yeah, I played like dog, but in the last game I got lucky." I think that's what he said.
And Wyrig says, I don't even see how the rook is lost. The check from either the f6 square or the c6 square, as Jan correctly said already, picks up either the e5 rook or the d7 rook. We could perhaps, if we still have access to the board, just show it manually. But yeah, next move you attack it with check and pick it up. And there is more outcry for us to mute ourselves so that we can hear the interview. If there is an actual interview, I think that's probably a valid suggestion.
It's in Spanish. They are speaking Spanish, and they're saying, "Okay, Nino, now come over to the other room," because they are all living in the same flat. It is sort of rigged. This whole Pepe Cuenca Invitational. They're obviously happy because they're very biased. Timur has left the call already, obviously not so happy, understandably. And you can watch more of the celebrations on the Spanish stream, if that's your particular fetish. What are we doing, Peter? Are we taking a small break? Are we sticking around? What's the next match? What's going on? Artemiev Dominguez.
Yeah, I think it starts in about 22-ish minutes, I would assume, judging from the schedule I've seen somewhere. So I would actually like to use that 20 minutes to get some water and perhaps listen to Joey scream about the correct 3-betting tendencies on this, textures and so on.
Also, please send my most sincere apologies to your son and the beautiful.
He will never know.
Probably not, but you might tell him for laughs, and then tell him that I also apologize. Also,
okay,
I know
yeah.
Olga's been on the fence if I'm a bad influence or a horrible influence. So if she sees this, then send my most sincere apologies to her as well. Daniel, hang in there.
Thy will be done. Thy will be done.
As for you guys, you should stick around or leave. Those are your options. And we'll be back in around, I don't know, 20 minutes with the next match between former Blitz world champion Linia Dominguez, originally from Cuba, nowadays represents the USA, and the highly gifted, not only Blitz, but I think especially Blitz wizard Vladislav Artemyev from the city of Omsk, which is not to be confused with the city of Tomsk. And he's from one of these two. Which one is he from?
He is, I think, from Omsk. I think you got it right.
Boom. So, see you guys in a while. Thank you so much for watching. Go premium, all that good stuff.
Indeed.
Говорю, Дали же хотел. Алло,
Что хотел?
ты хотел.
Ну, передумал.
Это почему это
Okay, I have control again. And where... Ugh, what is this? What do these horrible people do in my computer? And we're back. Welcome everybody to the second round or the second match of the Pepe Cuenca Invitational, which is already underway with former Blitz World Champion Lenier Dominguez Perez from Cuba, originally now representing the USA, against Russia's Vladislav Artemyev. And the action is underway. I brought in my co-host. I told her that Peter Svidler has the right to insult her, and especially her incoherent mumbling, at the very least once during this show. But knowing Peter, he's probably not gonna do it. Peter, how are you?
I'm still here, and we apparently missed out on some very hot Scandi action in this game. And currently, I guess Lenier should be just completely winning, but much will depend on the clock management. I don't know if I'm in love with this idea of trading queens on the c3 square, and Artemyev, being an extremely strong tactical, spotter of small tactics that he is, has taken on c3 and put the bishop on a3. And this might now not be winning for white at all. If you allow b5, king b6, you probably never
How
actually...
do you get out?
Yeah, the king actually gets stuck on b1. That's a remarkable miss by somebody of Lenier's strength, because it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, people are saying Peter would never have the heart to insult a kid like that. Let's see. Nelly, kannst du ein Lied singen? No. She refuses to sing a song. She knows she's being set up. That was a wise bailing. Tschüss, Nelly. And we're back to being our horrible, horrible selves. Yannick said to us, can she speak English? Nah, her English is horrible. I've been working on it, but I feel it's not improving. Draw?
Yeah, I think it is just a draw. Rook g8, king b7, and we play king b7, king a7. Obviously, if you allow rook a8, you lose, but there's plenty of squares left not to allow rook a8. Yeah, that's a huge, miss by Lenier, which you would not expect him to make, frankly, because there was absolutely no call to even start trading queens. Just play c3, a3, and give mate, because black will never really have enough counterplay there.
Sorry, go ahead, but I'm having some tech issues here, which, as usual, I will blame on other people. Still says... What's going on in your household? Here we are.
Nothing much. Seemingly, the piano lessons are on pause, so it's all quiet on the Western Front.
That's great to hear. Mondstaub Music is saying, do you speak 2 languages at home, Jan? That would be a good thing for a child. It's not a bad thought. I don't actually speak if I'm not on camera. I just watch TV, but it's not a bad idea. I'll pitch it. Thanks, Mondstaub Music.
Yeah. All of you guys are probably thinking he's joking.
No, I think they know me.
And already we see a less theoretical approach to these things from Artemyev, playing some kind of a weird trompe light with d4, d5, bishop g5. It's also, I mean, by this point, nothing really is completely off theory. This also has been studied, and people kind of have a decent idea on how to deal with it. But I think Artemyev in particular has always approached chess in general and speed chess, blitz chess in particular, as as a skill exercise, not a theory exercise. I don't expect to have too many repeated openings in this match. Then again, I could be proven wrong. Maybe he just chose to play the Scandi for the entire thing, and he will continue playing the Scandi, just varying exactly which Scandi subvariants to play.
Mr. Dangermore 5 is saying, they say being bilingual is a big developmental advantage. Okay, interesting. So we should start with one language and then add another one at some point, yeah? That's what he's saying. Mondstadt Music is saying, kids learn multiple languages easy. I know that as a 2 languages kid. What are your 2 languages, Mondstadt Music? Because you confused then and then earlier. So... Rhaeto-Roman and Swiss German? Those are languages?
Those are seemingly languages, yes. Flaneur68 says, can you guys keep the scoreboard up, please?
Nah.
Yeah, not happening. This is the second game of the match. The score is half a point each.
I can, like, occasionally do this, but not all the time. Krasbass is saying, don't teach the kid English. Teach her another European language or get her to study one. Wow, I thought we were all amateur virologists these days, but it looks like we're all amateur linguists or amateur parents. Thank you so much, guys. I had no idea that there was so much knowledge out there I could just tap into.
Absolutely. That's obviously the reason I spend all of my waking hours on Twitch, because it gives me tremendously important parenting advice, which I instantly try to implement. We are some way behind, I think, on the moves.
Why don't they update what's going on here? I clicked on all the good stuff. Auto everything.
Yeah.
We have a new version of our little tool, which has a lot more functions, and it also gives us the option to choose between a gray board and a not gray board. And if you do not think that's exciting, then I do not know what is. Let's maybe do this match with a not gray board, and then we can later do what we do best, market research, and see which one the people like better.
There's some tremendous pasta material being posted in chat right now. I think that long question by Lexaboy could be tremendous pasta material for future use. I would say that and what's happening on the board is exactly what I wanted to briefly mention. That if not for the f5 f4 counterplay for Lenier, white would be much better with the control over the c file, but f4, fe3, and rook takes a3 even already happened. So this is quite a sharp position right now.
I don't know what pasta material is. I don't care at all about the position. But to answer the question, Lexa boy, I'm not crazy. My mother had me tested.
Exactly. No, I'm not doubting it was a genuine question. I'm just saying that, as is the case with many pastas, what starts as a genuine question becomes pasta just due to how well it's suited to it. And I will drop the subject. It was not meant as an insult to you, and I do understand you were asking an honest question. This endgame is kind of hard to assess. It's a sharper endgame than it looks. Probably ends up being equal anyway, but...
Who drops the topic of pasta during a quarantine? What are you even eating?
We're eating buckwheat. Tons and tons of buckwheat, obviously.
What is buckwheat?
Exactly. It's I actually, like, for me, it's not a hardship at all. I happen to really love buckwheat, but it's not something that people in the West kind of even know. They like. I think the people who are aware of buckwheat are people who study Japanese noodles, because I think possibly udon is buckwheat pasta.
Now you're speaking my language. Udon, I'm of course familiar with, as I am with all sorts of ramen.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a crop. It's a very much staple food of in Russia and, let's say, some parts of the former Russian Empire.
Soba is buckwheat pasta. Soba is great
Soba,
stuff.
yeah, not udon. Yeah, I knew I was getting this wrong. Yeah, of course. But I knew there was a buckwheat pasta, but yeah, clearly not udon. Yeah, sorry.
Soba is good stuff. I could eat soba all day. That does not sound like suffering.
No. But I mean, there are people who genuinely, absolutely hate the thing, and obviously there are other options, and people have. At some point, there was a bit of a rush of people buying pasta, but I think in terms of panic buying, there hasn't been very much of that here.
I'm just getting shipments from the grocery store like every week. I haven't been to the supermarket. It's finally full social distancing. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Do we have video of the players, by the way? Let's have a look at the guys.
We should have
This
video of
is
the players.
Artemyev's haircut. Hello, Mr. Artemyev. It's not
Let
a
me
bad haircut.
let me briefly check that, just to have the context.
And there we
Ah.
have Linnea Dominguez. This looks like they put Artemyev's hair. If you stay like this, it looks like you're wearing Artemyev's hair as your haircut.
Yeah, it does.
This is
It
good
does.
stuff.
It does look.
Screen
Somewhat
grabs.
macabre. That haircut looks good on Peters, as Porter was taken.
Couldn't agree more.
Oh. Yeah, this this looks like a terrible TikTok. Gets worse by the second. What do you mean worse? I think the show has been improving.
Chimera is saying, OMG, the production quality of this stream. Yeah, please go away, Chimera. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. It's like a pandemic.
Yeah. And I was about at some point to say that this is clearly going to be a draw, but I have a feeling Linier could genuinely just lose this now, because I'm not sure how much progress he makes on his side of the board. I don't like Rook C4 though. I think giving Black this source of counterplay maybe was not the way to go. Although King E2, yeah, maybe I'm wrong simply about this. Maybe it's just a very, very good of converting here. Yeah, he's just winning now, isn't he?
Looks like, no?
Yeah, he is actually a very, very strong technical player, even on very limited time. He is quite good at spotting this micro tactics, and not surprising that he is probably going to win this. I'm a bit surprised though he didn't just play h5 and then bring the rook over to f7. I thought that was good, but what he is doing is also clearly just completely winning. That also works. HS Chess says, Peter, when's your match? My match is in 20-ish hours from now. 6 p.m. Moscow time tomorrow. I guess it's 5 p.m. Central European these days. Only 1 hour difference.
So isn't 1 hour difference? I would think it's 2. How we had we changed our clocks again or something? Good.
Yeah, I think it's 1 hour difference now, which it also kind of caught me by surprise.
We can find out by comparing our times right now. It's 1944 over here.
Yeah, it is 1 hour difference.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't this a podcast? Asks it's Charlie. If by podcast you mean something that is clearly not well researched or particularly well produced, and features two, somewhat pasty
Speaking of
white.
which, my watch just pinned my iPhone. I don't know how to stop it.
Yeah, somewhat pasty white males pontificating on topics they know a little bit of something about. It clearly is a podcast. Yeah, a limited amount of things.
I did not go to the extents that you would usually go for a podcast, like checking Artemyev's Wikipedia page. But I've been told he's pretty good at chess.
Yeah, he is not bad at all. Yeah, At some point, and on the topic of him being primarily a rapid and blitz player, he was at some point rated like 27, 60 something, and I think number 11 at the highest in the classical list. But then he had a bit of a downturn. He's still rated, I'm safe to assume, higher than me, but he fell down from his highest standing on that list. But he remains an incredibly dangerous short time control player.
Have you heard of that app House Party that allows you to hang out with a bunch of your friends while social distancing?
I've seen it mentioned, but I mean, who wants that?
I hear Artemiev is a big hit on House Party. He's clearly very proficient in.
Mr. Doji says he got to 10th, but is now even lower than Peter. Yeah, that really is bad news for the man. That is not where you want to be.
Oh, we have eyebrow. Anyway, he's pretty good at chess. He sounds underrated. 2716 is way underrated for him.
Yeah, I think even if he doesn't really,
wouldn't surprise me.
Well, it would on current form, because I think we all accept he's an incredibly gifted player, but he does need to. 2816 players generally are incredibly well booked up in these days. I think sort of the age of Mavericks getting to above 2800 is probably sadly behind us. And he is still, I mean, his opening preparation now is better and more solid and more tuned up than it used to be, but it still is clearly his major weakness in classical time controls. So 2816 would be a bit of a surprise, but yeah, 2716 is a bit of a travesty.
He's playing his good old Caro-Kann.
Yeah, this led him into quite some trouble during Vaikanze this year. He lost at least a couple of games, maybe even 3. He lost a very instructive game to Daniel Dubov, and he did not lose to Vishy, but he lost to Dubov and definitely at least one more person.
Special KDB1 is saying, why can't we see the players? Is it important to see the announcers? First of all, the answer to that question is yes. Secondly, your wish is my command. Here you have the Artemiev cam.
Yeah. And Linear clearly has done something wrong here, because this is an absolute ideal Caro situation where not only is it a good bishop now left on the board against a somewhat poor bishop on c1, but also all the other light pieces are gone. The queen on b3 is extremely annoying. I'm slightly surprised by b5. I wanted bishop b6 followed by rook c4 and landing that rook on the 4th and trying to annoy white as much as possible. I think b5 followed by queen c4 may have been a bit slow. And now white might be able to play bishop b3 back and kind of crawl out of the corner and be okay. Yeah, I think black's position, it's still perfectly fine, but I felt at some point it must have been genuinely quite unpleasant for white, and I no longer think this is the case. Yeah, Special KGB says, I would rather see Jan than Peter though, lol. I'm with you, brother. Nobody needs to see.
That's just rude. I will not stand for any of this, but I am nothing if not service-oriented.
Yeah. Yay, the top half of Artemiev is back, we're being informed. Yeah, and I think trading the h5 pawn for the a7 pawn and establishing the blockade on the g4 square and making sure that the rook on c4 cannot get to e4, for instance, are all good news here for white. You still need to be kind of careful with queen c2 related ideas, but White, I think, managed to stabilize reasonably well here. Well, rook takes d4 is a clever move, though, by Artemiev, spotting the exact moment where he can take on d2, on d4, and force white to take not with the rook, but with something else. Because rook takes d4, queen takes queen b1 check, and queen takes b2 is obviously a problem, which I mean, this cannot be allowed. But if we cannot take with the rook, then the other rook comes in via the c4 square, and it gets awkward again for white. So maybe I was a bit too hasty to declare it safe for white. And Lenier actually goes for rook d4, feeling that this offers him the best chance of counterplay, which is surprising to me, but also very indicative of just how unpleasant those other two positions were. I think king g8 might just be winning right now for Artemiev. And that's what he does. I think Lenier planned to play rook g4 in this position, but queen takes c3, queen takes h6, queen takes e5, holds everything together and just collects everything. And queen a7, rook f8 doesn't really do anything at all for white. I'm missing out on, judging by what the chat is saying, I'm missing out on a lot of visual gaggery. And it's making me sad, but I'm still not going to close the Gustafsson challenge.
So who's better and why?
Well, black is better, but maybe I underestimated. G5 is a clever move by Artemiev, and yeah, I think now he probably finally starts making progress because he can play rook c8 as you see. No, queen d7 is clever, and queen d8 check. Is there a mate after queen f3? There's probably mate after queen f3. Hang on, rook c1 square is covered, so we can play king g1 here.
Rook c1. Rook c1. Oh,
c1
no.
square. C1 square is no longer covered. Exactly.
Sorry, Lenier. Ubica1 is saying, am I the only one who doesn't find Jan amusing? No, there's an army of people out there. You should see my email inbox. Don't worry, Ubica1. You're not the crazy one.
Oh, and now it's back to normal. I actually opened the stream, and it sadly appears to look exactly like it's supposed to be when there's nothing going on. I'm the story of my life. I'm always exactly 5 seconds too late for everything important. So Artemiev takes an early lead in the match with this victory with the black pieces +1 after 2 games. Still at least 10 games to go, so it's not really panic stations for Lenier just yet. Whoa, actual scores. Who knew this was an option?
I'm having some. Some issues reclaiming the board here, as usual. But what can you do?
Is it? Oh no, that seems. I was mildly alarmed by it saying game 4 and game 5, but.
Here we are.
Yeah.
We have game.
Hang on a second. Has there already been 2 draws and a victory for Artemiev? That it feels to me like we only commentated on 2 games, but maybe my brain is playing tricks with me.
This is game number 4. It's all correct. Your brain, I mean.
Hang on a second. Artemiev is 2 up then. Of course, he won that rook endgame in game 2, and then he won that Caro in game 3. So he's actually 2 up after 3 games. And they're playing this line which Magnus played definitely more than once with the white pieces, a sub-variation of the London, which somehow appears to be absolutely central to the evaluation of the whole opening, even though I would struggle to understand why this is forced. Magnus played this against Hao in Moscow during the World Rapid and Blitz. He also definitely had this position against Vishy. I want to say in Kolkata, but I wouldn't want to bet money on it.
Doesn't f6 win a pawn?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that, because I think you were supposed to include g3 somewhere. But yeah, f6, I guess you take on c5, and then you play knight g3 and you don't lose any material, because e6 will be hanging in the end. Whoa, he goes for something even sharper. He goes b4 in this position. This is quite confusing, because how do we reply?
Queen e4?
Yeah, but knight a4 though.
Knight a4, queen c2.
But then we can take on e5. And fe5, queen d7, you are not getting your piece back, so you have to take on a4, and we can play, I don't know, e4 or even ef. You know, if we're feeling optimistic.
Ef c4, I would argue I have.
Yeah,
to
no,
play
there's definitely compensation, but it wasn't really like necessary. You could play just knight d3 and claim you're slightly better.
That's not how Vlad rolls.
No, it definitely isn't. And he goes knight c4. There's definitely a decent chance you just get completely sidetracked with all this knight jumping and something gets misplaced. For instance, I think this is just a piece sacrifice. I think if after queen c6 he's planning to play knight d4, queen takes c6 check, and go for some kind of a mating attack. Because otherwise I don't think it makes any sense. But I don't really see where the mate is. I struggle to justify this. Let's see if maybe Vladislav disagrees. But he just goes knight e3. But then you're just a full exchange down. That just got completely got away from him. None of this was.
This looks
really,
just lost.
Yeah, remotely required. Yeah. I mean, there's still some counterplay because you want to play f5, and the black center is a bit shaky. But the moment you somehow stabilize here and solve those problems, so the game is pretty much over.
We saw a tiny head shake there from Artemiev. He clearly is not happy with how things went.
Yeah, but I mean the game is still sort of on, and Black will need to be a little bit precise in the next maybe 10 moves, because now as you can see there's there's still a lot of small tactics that you need to calculate cleanly, like e5, it goes knight df5, and you need to find a good square for the queen. But I think e6 is that good square. e6 and then king h8, and the moment the king vacates the b3 g8 diagonal, there's not going to be any tactics that you can even blunder. So you should be stabilizing and winning. But Artemiev will be making it quite difficult. It's not going to be a conversion without its tricky moments, I'm pretty sure, because h4, h5 already showing that Artemiev is he understands that the slightly awkward king on h8 is his really only hope in this position here. So he is making it as difficult as possible for Lenier to play g6 to get the king situation under control. This actually is still somewhat awkward for Black. Just queen g3 here. Knight takes. We still control the d file. We want to play, I don't know, g3, put the knight back on f5, and pretend we have threats. We probably don't have any threats, but it's also not very easy for Black to get out of the corner. Yeah. And yeah, but h6 played instantly. I don't know what I feel about that. I guess he didn't really want to allow queen e4, and he wanted to cash in the option of playing h6 as early as possible. But I think Linier probably isn't unhappy about playing gh, because it actually gives some breathing room for his king. And there's also, as Special KGB says, there's also, of course, the question of clock management, because they don't really have very much time. But now queen e4 forces the queen trade, and yeah, Linier should be a huge favorite to convert from here, even though knight f5 is a bit awkward. But still, like, it's white only has two pieces, so it will be very, very difficult to generate any actual threats. And black will at some point just start pushing the a-pawn down the board. Still work though. It still isn't automatic that you win this.
Breaker90 is saying, I've been a paying member since 2014. Now they're just ignoring us. Never. I'm reading all of it. What interesting questions do you guys have for 8-time Russian chess champion Peter Svidler? Bring them on.
Yeah, but this is now over because the rooks get traded on the topic of this game. So Linier gets one back, which was very, very important for his overall chances in the match, because it seemed like he was getting steamrolled a little bit in the early running. But now that it's only down to a 1-point difference, it's back to being extremely close.
Why are you saying, now they come here when people complain? Exactly. Gotta complain more. That solves everything. And it's great fun to decide doing this like 3 hours in advance, and then, to get yelled at all day long for not paying enough attention. So apologies.
Yeah. I thought that was a really excellent existential type question from Ultioptimo. Why are you called Peter? And I was just about to unwind and start on the subject of why things are the way they are. And then the question got refined to, it doesn't sound very Russian, making it actually a same type of normal question, which made me very, very sad.
Probably without trying. Okay, maybe I will try.
Okay. Con blancas.
There seems to be some tech issue. At least they're talking on the other stream. Not sure if you guys can hear this, but something seems to be happening. While Linier did win this game.
No, definitely not in honor of Peter the Great. I was named Peter, Piotr, in honor of my maternal grandfather.
Now, Vladislav, you should have a challenge, no? Not yet? In challenges?
And in memory of my
All right.
maternal grandfather would probably be a better way to put it.
J. Frank Holmes is saying, I can hear someone. Is that Linier? Yeah, that was Pepe Cuenca talking to Linier and to Artemiev. On the other stream, I'm not quite sure what happened. I guess the players there are supposed to click on rematch after the game to keep the game reappearing, and sometimes you forget to do that, or you click this pop-up away, and then they had to figure out how to re-challenge each other. So I'm assuming it will continue in a minute.
Ewan Mayhew says, Peter, who do you think is going to win the Banter Blitz, Magnus or Alireza? Alireza is getting good at quick games. I think that's a kind of an untrue statement in a way that he was always good at good games. I don't think this is in any way news. And honestly, it's a tremendous, not a surprising outcome, frankly, but it's still a tremendous outcome for the first Banter Blitz Cup to have these two in the final, because I think that out of that field, they probably are, in this moment of time, clearly the best two players. And it should be extremely exciting to watch. And I still think Magnus is the favorite. Their current non-stop bullet battles notwithstanding, I still think Magnus starts as a favorite. But I'm pretty sure Magnus himself would say that it's not going to be a walk in the park for him. Alireza is a very, very scary opponent. Frankly, in all time controls by this point, but in Blitz in particular. And yeah, it seems like we have some kind of liftoff, and as expected, we get new landscapes every game. This is not the let's play the only two openings known to man type of fare that we got in the Ninja versus Rajabov match.
Yeah, this is one of these anti-Grunfeld lines with an early e3. I thought they stopped playing this b6 line because these positions were supposed to be slightly unpleasant for black, but Artemiev doesn't seem to mind. Bishop b4, c5, trying to solve his problems directly here. I don't know.
Yeah, he is a very, very good dynamic player, and it will be very difficult to restrict him to defending some passive positions. And to be honest, once again, those games in Vainkanze when he was forced to play some somewhat passive Caro-Cans, I think they show that he's maybe not the world's best at defending slightly passive, boring positions. So I think it makes perfect sense for him to try to play as actively as possible. A lot, I think, depends right now on whether black can play c3 in this position, if it's any good. I tried calculating and I came to no conclusions whatsoever.
Bishop e7.
Yeah, exactly. But c takes b4 needs to be calculated basically on every move. I got very, very confused very, very quickly. Bishop e7 is a strong move, though. I think bishop e7 probably is where the question is being decided. Like if bishop e7 wins, it wins. If it doesn't, nothing else will be particularly good for white.
Rook cd1, cb, we're happy, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think we're incredibly happy there. Knight comes to c3, and in general, this pawn on b2 is just so dangerous.
Knight d5,
So I think
queen d5, bishop f3, cb works again, yeah. He took on d5.
He did take on d5, and maybe he just takes on c3 here, goes bishop f3, and says this should be some kind of a draw. Which, by this point, you're probably a little bit worried with white. So if you're sure that something doesn't lose, he goes bishop f3 straight away, but doesn't... cb2 queen c8 is his intention. That's clever. That's clever by
c1, and he's slightly better, he's saying, yeah, just queen c1.
He is marginally better here, not a lot though, like something like queen e6. I like queen e6 better actually, and I noticed that you also instantly went to queen e6, because I think that keeping an eye on the a2 pawn and just generally keeping an eye on light squares was very advisable here. And now white can go something like queen c2, knight c3, and it's still actually not that easy to make a constructive move in that position.
I'd still go bishop e4 and queen c7. Boom, Lenier!
Yeah, but I guess just bishop f6 and then rook a8 if you take.
Yeah,
black
I'm not saying it's winning.
Yeah, black is in no trouble whatsoever here, I think. Yeah, I think draw is a very large rook. Yeah, briefly it went to e8 on my screen and I got worried, but of course that's ridiculous. Queen e6 is an immediate draw here, and as is queen a4, as is queen d3. Like, I have a feeling Artemiev might even be interested in pushing this for a little bit, because he has the better bishop, so to speak, and slightly more active heavy pieces. But white has no weaknesses. It's you don't lose very many of these.
Yeah, we still don't see the full face, but at least we've seen some eyes now.
Yeah, and chat is telling us black is winning now, but I don't know if that's wishful thinking or the actual evaluation, because it still looks still looks very level to me. And Queen c7 is a clever move by Lanier, immediately attacking the one thing that he could attack the pawn on e7 and hoping for something like Queen e4, Bishop c3, where, you know, the moment the bishops come off, obviously the position is just completely dead equal. With the bishop on this slightly awkward square on b4, it's still possible for black to pretend for a little bit. For instance, now Queen c4 would actually be quite scary, but I think Bishop takes e7 was working. Because Rook c1, we have Queen a8, Queen f8 mate. Otherwise, Rook c1 just wins in this position. So, hang on a second. Isn't Bishop takes e7 and then Rook c1 good? But okay, it's all in the past anyway. He can still switch back to that line actually, but he played h5 instead, giving White an incredibly important half a tempo to play, well, a full tempo to play h3 and not have to worry about getting mated on the back rank. But yeah, as I said, as long as these bishops are still somehow on the board, black is justified in playing on. And obviously now the bishops are traded, but White spoiled his own pawn structure. So once again, you definitely can envisage White losing a position like this.
I wouldn't be happy, at least, or especially against a strong technical grinder like Artemiev here, even if it's a theoretical draw, even if you take on d4.
No, but also I wanted to say that with Artemiev having played g5 and h5 as early as he did, even if the queens come off and black plays h5, h4, I'm not sure it's a draw anymore. You are supposed to get g3 and h4 in those 4 against 3 endgames.
Yeah, still a draw, but not much fun, no?
Yeah, definitely not a lot of fun at the very least. Yeah.
Is he gonna go king f4?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think it's fine. I don't think it loses, but it gets kind of weird. And he goes the other way. He goes e6 d7, which is a saner way of refusing the perpetual. But yeah, like black definitely made progress, but also now that White doesn't have to care about pretending to protect the weakened d pawn. Yeah, this is clever actually. I really like this queen c5, e6, queen king e7. This is a very clever change of setup by Vladislav. Yeah, this is not going to be particularly fun for Lanier. That surprises me though. I think trading queens was a better winning chance than trading rooks. That surprises me a great deal because in this position we no longer really care about our pawn structure being fixed. In a way, we maybe even prefer it because our king on g1 is so snug.
I still believe in Artemiev. And Blitz, he's just going to grind this out somehow. Don't know how.
Well, he is playing against a legend of the format as well. Like against me, I would probably just push the resign button here, not because my position is lost, but because I would just assume I will lose on time.
That's 3+2. How can you lose on time?
You never count me out when it comes to getting flagged.
All right. Lanier, to even the chances, has also assumed Artemiev's camera position. It's the only game in town, boys and girls.
Hang on a second. Queen e1, g3. No, it doesn't win. The immediate g3, yeah, it leads to the same. You still have to take with the queen, and then you probably don't make much progress. But some progress has actually been made because Artemiev now has a passer which is an actual passer, nothing in front of it. Pretty sure it's a draw. but giving the precise checks on 8 seconds is not going to be as easy as all that. And you will notice he went king f1 there, setting a nice little trap of check from the first rank, queen e1, and then the king leaves the f1 square, and it's a discovered check, so black wins the tempo to do something. But Linear cleverly not falling for it.
And he looks thoughtful. Any chance?
He's, I think, generally a thoughtful person. Has he actually lost some time, or are we somehow behind?
I don't know. He looked thoughtful. Maybe he was too thoughtful. What happened here?
Well, it says 000, and there are no moves forthcoming, so...
But his facial expression has not changed one bit. Normally you would, like, I don't know. Is this all in the past? I'm so confused. No, they drew that game. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At least that's what it says on this other screen.
Fair enough.
That sounds more likely. Yeah.
It does sound more likely, and maybe this actually is already a perp. I mean, with the queen going to c4, f7, c4, b3, and so on. Black just doesn't have any way to avoid it anymore. So what's happening?
That's unclear. We have a new version of this little tool we're using to see the games, and it seems to have a lot of cool new features. But I still struggle with getting the games instantly when they start, so we have to figure that out. We're also using this Pepe Cuenca Invitational, of course, to figure out what works, what doesn't work about the new stuff that we want to use in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, where, don't worry, I have seen all the complaints about the production value. This has been, put together last minute at the very least, this little show of ours. It will be different in the big one. This is a bit of a test, so apologies for all these issues and for my very foul mood. I've told Peter before the show I'm really cranky today. I'm not sure which way it's gonna go. And Fesche Campo is saying, "Hi Peter, I'm a great fan of you and your sophisticated English." There you go.
Thank you. And Lorinda says Vlad is probably +2. He should be +1 by my count if this game is drawn. If he's +2, then I somehow lost track of it again, but I don't think I have. I think game 1 was a draw. He won games 2 and 3, lost game 4, and this has been game 5. Which was, I mean, he had great winning chances, but did not win it. So it should be only +1 after 5. Please keep me updated, guys. Has it been announced whether Peter will be commentating on the Magnus Invitational? Has it been?
We're gonna announce the commentators in a couple of weeks, but I believe chances are pretty good that we'll see Peter there.
Still nobody holding up a piece of paper with the current score, says Ulti Optimo. Very true. Let me amend that. If there is one thing there is no shortage of around me right now, it is pieces of paper. All kinds of pieces of paper. I can probably find one I'm not that averse to writing on. That serves the purpose.
And we got game. Yeah, this we have to sort out. Like, there is no way that I'm aware of how I can get a game from the get-go. This line looks familiar.
Does it? What was that? I mean, the structure appears from I should probably somehow like staple it to my forehead or something, but that seems like too much work and also potentially a bit painful.
What are you
Can
doing?
Can you guys see?
I just
Should be
see a
able to.
blank piece of paper.
It's not blank. What do you mean blank?
AD,
It's not-
what does it say? AD 3-2. Ah, you're keeping score.
Yeah.
Excellent.
In Russia, paper staples you. That is very true. Very true. And also in keeping with the excellent stapes related material that is all the vogue right now. Back on the forehead. Yeah, right you are, Mr. Dodgy. It's annoying. I need like duct tape or something, and I need to get up to get duct tape. So, like, that's obviously not happening. Have you ever seen me get up?
And Joyan G-Name is saying, is it true that Magnus Carlsen bought Trump Tower? I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Yeah, I could do that, but will you be able to see what it says if I do that? Does that work? No, this way. And yeah, Dodgy is not wrong. We rarely see you sit down, he says. Yeah, it's because I was born sat down or something. And it's very crooked now. It's driving me like my OCD is bad as it is, and this is only going to exacerbate my issues. Paper looks blank, you need a black marker. Yeah, that is a fair comment. Let me find something that actually writes.
Rook B5, what are you doing, Artemiev? Knight C7, you're okay, yeah? How do you address Artemiev in like a Russian nickname situation? Is it Vlad?
He's just called Vlad, yeah. He is the one true Vlad, because I don't think anybody actually calls Kramnik Vlad.
Vladdy.
Yeah, that's a westernized version. I think for Russians, people call him Volodya, or if you know him really well, you can call him Vova. But Vlad, like Tkachev is Vlad, and I think also Artemiev is exclusively Vlad and nothing else. I think Vlads are reserved for people actually called Vladislav, because those are two different names.
And that was a big song here. I'm not sure if in Russia as well. Vladislav, baby, don't hurt me.
Yes, exactly. That's the one. Hang on a second. I'm actually gonna do something unthinkable and get up for a second.
Wow, go for it. While in the game, Artemiev is also going for it with e6, interrupting the connection between the bishop on g4 and the knight on d7. Knight f6 played, ef7, king f7. I'm assuming knight e5 check will happen. King goes to f8, knight g4, and probably just bishop takes b7. When white is in the driver's seat, it's not an automatic win, but with a pair of bishops
I think it
and the
should
exposed
be, actually.
king, it should
I think it
be
should
really,
be.
really
And rook
bad.
d7 is crushing, and Vlad is. I mean, he spots these things in a heartbeat.
Knight
So I'm
g5,
waiting.
hanging around, but it's not going to help, is it?
It shouldn't. It shouldn't be. It's a nice move. I mean, kind of made easier by the fact that probably there was no choice whatsoever. But
Knight b5, what do you do? Bishop c5, like.
knight b5, maybe knight f6 is a bit annoying, because we can start generating some quote-unquote counterplay. And on my other screen, this game is already somehow over and white won, which is alarming. This one is dead. How do I not have a marker that's alive anywhere around here? That's very, very disturbing.
And Artemiev did indeed.
How did we get
Win
from
this game.
there to here?
Knight a6, and it did not last much longer. Knight f3,
yeah.
bishop f3
No,
sort of helped.
Well, actually, if he doesn't blunder the knight in one move here, the game continues for quite a while, and you do occasionally draw them. But it would have been torture. Like knight e6, rook h7 feels like it's unpleasant, and knight f7, bishop d. No, maybe knight f7 and then rook e7. You're actually not obliged to lose this as long as you don't blunder the knight in one move. Yeah, the Svidler household, plenty of paper but a lack of markers. That's exactly it, Nizahim. More getting up. How do you guys feel about green? Green on this black shirt probably will not do very well, right? Let's see. How about this? Is he turning down the house? I assume it's burning down the house. Bear from Ukraine. And Burning Down the House is one of my all-time favorite Talking Heads tracks.
Okay, this might be...
If Jan would remove the score, we could actually see Peter with the score.
That's
All
just
right,
unfair. I was very careful to only block Peter's face and not this score on Peter's chest.
Yeah, Psycho Killer is another one, Eldorado, definitely. Yeah, and we have a game.
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. I'm trying to get to the games as soon as I can every time. And yeah, apologies for the delay. Here we are again.
Enjoying Gname with a 4 sub gift to 4 lucky people. Fat Dragon is God. Jadubsky is a good name. Ominous ZH and Malkiofix. So welcome everybody, and thanks to Enjoying Gname for the gift. What's happening here? Like there's some like superficial activity, but I guess if we get b4, b5 win, we're slightly better with white, right?
We need to prepare with what, like bishop e1 or something, right?
Yeah, I think bishop
e4 is saying, so yeah.
Yeah, I think bishop e1 is a very logical starting point. Just get it out of the way and continue preparing b5, which is kind of thwarted by the fact that probably was black to move, which is unfair.
Okay.
Of course he doesn't. Why would he remember that random name? It's only been played about 150,000 times in all the breaks. How could I ever remember that? I can do that actually, yeah.
What can you do?
Let's see if that works.
There's a bunch of questions if Peter is in this tournament. He is. He's playing against Vidit, the Indian, I believe number 2. I'm not sure if it's close between him and Hare Krishna. I would guess Vidit is currently number 2 tomorrow. So that's a match to look forward to. So this position should be a draw, but you take white, I guess.
You take white, but it's really not a big deal. And once again, the smart little tactics there was that if you take on b7, rook a4 actually picks up the c4 knight, and it remains in place for as long as this pieces are on these squares. You probably go knight b6 right now, and if rook c1, you try to get the knight to d5, the rook to c7, and generate at least some problems for black. But
Gay Pawn is saying, I'm looking forward to Alireza vs Magnus. Jan, I think you should commentate it in full black tie, bow tie, like they do in snooker. I will commentate in German. The players themselves will, of course, since it's the Banter Blitz Cup finals, commentate in English, so you can watch that. But yeah, I will be there speaking the beautiful language that is German, featuring words like Scheibenkleister.
Something to do with hockey pucks?
Scheibenkleister?
Yeah.
I don't actually know what it means. It's some sticky substance you can apply to glass.
Oh yeah, Kleister I could actually, yeah, I should have known. Because that word was definitely imported into Russian. Linear is actually genuinely better now after rook b8.
Yeah, bring pressure. Might be winning, no? The knight and an extra pawn with pawns on one side. I've been told this is dangerous.
Oh, it's definitely losable for black and not going to be fun. What?
Why would you go for this?
What?
This is a draw now.
Why would you ever trade the knight for the bishop there? I am very confused. I am very, very confused. I don't think this is the way. This is not the way.
He who never showers is saying McDodgy is like a Happy Meal that was left out in the rain. First of all, so was you who took that username when I was trying to sign up to Twitch. Said he who never showers already taken. Now we know. Mr. Dodgy is saying like social distancing or wash your hands in German. What is your favorite new pandemic-related word? I'm not sure. Ausgangssperre? Have you heard of Ausgangssperre? That should be music to non-German speakers' ears. What else do we have?
And
Händewaschen is not that spectacular. Go ahead.
Interestingly, Linear managed to kind of sharpen this up quite considerably, but I don't know if he's playing to win. Yeah, king d4 I don't like at all. I think you were supposed to play king d6 there and then king c7 and push the d-pawn. And somebody mentioned the lack of technical Russian coaching. I think Linear is one of the better sort of dry technical players out there. I don't think, like, I would not put any doubt on his technical play. I think he is very, very proficient, and Russian coaching or lack thereof is. Why isn't he playing king b7 though? Come on, or that? Yeah, that.
Having said all that, he's just horribly bungled it now.
No,
No,
it's,
then yeah,
it's
he's an organized guy. No, he's very methodical. He's extremely well taught in all aspects of the game. So I'd be very surprised if he wasn't an excellent
yeah,
technician.
and he has won
Seven
this.
and over.
No, but that's quite striking because I have a feeling Artemiev was just waiting for the draw for in that 3-against-2 rook endgame, and he allowed this f5 ef g5 idea, which I think shouldn't win anyway, but it forced him to play precisely, and then he went wrong. So that makes the score 4-3 for Artemiev, but the match is within a point once again with 5 games to go.
Not updated yet. Artemiev won that one, so we are up to +1, or down to +1, I should say, from Artemiev's perspective.
Yeah, down to +1 is probably more to the point here, and I think we like both my and whoa. Does this exist? This looks weird.
What's that?
Does the bishop on c1 ever get out?
I've seen this. I thought it wasn't great for white, but it's some game Kramnik Giri, if I'm not
Oh yeah,
mistaken.
but that game Vlad won in like 20 moves, right?
Yeah, but Giri blundered some trick early on. But the line itself was not fantastic for white, as far as I know. Ugh, I wish this tool would do what I would like it to do. That is what she said.
Correct use.
Who would have thought that today's Pepe Invitational would be the show that finally breaks me after all these years? Well, yeah, this line, I checked this, and it was not like correct, but Black had to know what he's doing. I have a feeling Linier probably will know what he's doing, though.
Yeah, he does feel like a person who only enters this when he is aware of the underlying theory and has checked it and believes it's fine. And obviously, if Black actually gets to play bishop d6 and castles without dropping any material anywhere, he will probably just be better because of just how horrible this bishop on c1 is and how difficult it will be for white to get it out. I guess Artemiev just plays e3, e4 here. That would be my expectation. Just e4 and then either bishop f4 or bishop g5. Just starting to create as much of a mess as early as possible. And honestly, it is a huge mess now after e4. It feels like maybe Linier is one tempo short here somehow, or if not, he needs to be extremely precise.
What do we do? Bishop d6, you go ed.
Yeah, bishop d6. Yeah, bishop d6. He takes d5,
bishop
and then
d5, and then some trick. Yeah, bishop d6 played.
Bishop d6 played. We now also, as white, have the option of taking on d7 with the knight, playing e5, and then let's say queen g4, where we probably are doing quite well because we're playing bishop g5 next move. Now this is a huge improvement. Like you have to wonder if queen c7, for instance, was forced. If maybe he could have played bishop d6 one move earlier, and already prepared castles, and maybe that was stronger. But clearly there was something connected probably with the knight c5 tactics that he didn't like there. I'm surprised by this bishop f4 move though. If castles doesn't lose here, it feels like we've wasted a tempo. And I don't currently see how castles loses, because if you take everything on d7 and then go knight b6, rook takes a1 is a tempo, so you don't lose the exchange. There's also a question of being extremely brazen and taking on e4 here with the pawn, but I don't think you do that in a blitz game, because I don't think you feel like you can ever really have these things completely under control in those lines. So yeah, castles played, not really a surprise at all, and Bishop takes f4 is not actually a horrible exchange sacrifice, but I don't think it's required. And yeah, if we're doing 97, 97, e5, I think we burned the tempo by playing bishop f4. I think we could have done this on a previous move very, very safely.
Yep, some more moves coming in. Looks like Dominguez withstood the first wave. And he's
Yeah.
doing okay, no? It's not an a4, I'm not so sure about.
And once again, I understand I'm hammering the same point, but with an extra tempo, white maybe could have gotten bishop g5 and then bishop takes d7 and got the knight to c5. And right now, if you play bishop g5 here, black takes and plays bishop c6, I'm pretty sure, leaving the knight on a4 stack. So maybe you actually start by taking on d7 and playing bishop g5. And I think Linier needs to take with the rook to have an option of playing bishop f8. Because I think if you imagine in this position both these bishops on f4 and e7 getting traded, and the bishop on b5 getting traded for the knight on d7, I think white is quite a lot better there. So he goes bishop h6 first, and then yeah, this is quite clever. But yeah, moves are definitely coming in batches, which makes it a lot more difficult to describe the flow of the game properly. White is better though. Now that the knight did get to c5, and also now that Vladislav managed to force black to play g7, g6, white clearly is very much in the driver's seat here. The king is not very safe. Something like bishop g5 here might actually be quite problematic. Or you could go knight d3 first. There's no hurry.
Yeah. Is Artemiev gonna get back up to +2? Can he do?
I think it's extremely likely. Yeah, it's just a very, very difficult position to hold. Now the threat is h takes g6. Yeah, now hg, and queen h4, and yeah, the position is just poor for black. I don't know. The immediate queen h4 is maybe even stronger because you retain the option of playing h6, which is, as AlphaZero taught us, a very, very important resource in these types of positions. And now probably bishop e7 is very strong. The reason I liked including hg is that we were forcing black to take with the h pawn there because e6 was hanging, and now queen c8 is specifically aimed at having the option of taking with the f pawn, of course. So you have to calculate. But clearly white is much better. But we're down to very low time for both of them, so that will start playing a huge part as well.
And our new friends from the Charlotte Chess Center are saying, "Hi, Jan and Peter. Nice commentary. Thank you." I don't agree, but thank you. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Artemiev has made a tremendous amount of progress and should now be winning probably in more ways than one. Yeah, this is just horrible. I think actually Linier missed a trick there. After f6, he could have taken with the bishop, and after knight takes e6, there's queen c8. He should have gone for that.
Sorry, I really struggle highlighting moves or clicking on anything right now. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. But this position, eventually just falls apart because as Artemiev is now highlighting, the pawn on b4 is also very weak, together with the weaknesses and the problems black definitely has on the king side. There is also a pawn on b4 which you cannot afford to lose because then your entire structure will collapse. So yeah, you don't really expect to hold this, I think.
And we have made some progress, and white will just win this game.
Yeah, I think the game is either already over or will be over very, very soon.
Artemiev playing a great game. Sorry, we can't show it to you in real time. Actually, instead of whining, Let me see if there's something I can do. 1 second. So that game was over. Lenier Dominguez went down, and the next one has already started. Dominguez with the line pieces. Yeah, I can only apologize for how stuff is going. And 5-3 up for Artemiev right now. And Dominguez has to win a game. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, and frankly, the way this match has been going, it does feel like Artemiev has been a lot more in control of it than Lenier has. Lenier has gotten some shots in, but I think it's easier to remember games where Artemiev could have scored additional points than the other way around. And with only 4 games to go, I think cutting down on 2-point deficit is going to be a very, very challenging task for Lenier.
Yeah, does not seem like it's gonna be a comeback. Also, this position looks so solid for black already. No, like any move, no. Queen E7.
Yeah, it's
CD, Rook D8.
You have to ask yourself why Lenier insists on discussing this, considering the match situation, because he definitely can play anything at any point. First of all, he has a very wide repertoire. He's a very strong player himself. He also seconded a number of very strong players for the candidates in the title matches and so on. And also he is just a tremendous blitz player who doesn't, I don't understand why he continues discussing dry theoretical lines.
Let's talk about that, by the way, because you mentioned he's seconded a number of very strong players. I always thought he was on Team Fabi, and then I read that he was working with Rajabov preparing for the candidates. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, that was, I did not know that until that appeared in some news articles very recently.
Yeah, it was news for me too.
Yeah, for me as part of Team Alexeyenko, we were not really doing very much scouting. We had enough things to worry about without concerning ourselves very much with who works for whom. But yeah, it surprised me a great deal because Team Fabi, and there doesn't seem to be so much cross pollination between Team Fabi and Team Rajabov, at least optically. Why would there be?
Yeah.
They do have some Chuchilov connections, but they both, I think, aren't really working with Chuchilov and haven't been working with Chuchilov for quite some time. So.
No, Rajabov is still working with Chuchilov.
I see. Okay, I was wrong on that count then. So that would be like one possible way of connecting them. But yeah, those news were, I wouldn't say shocking, because honestly, even when I learned of this, it didn't seem central to my life in any way. But I was surprised.
No, I wasn't shocked either, but I always thought, especially then Team Fabi, there's very little fluctuation. So to my mind, it was always, okay, Lenier, he's with these guys. I thought he also moved to St. Louis. I'm sure Fabi's cool with it. I was just, surprised to hear, because I always assumed automatically that he was working for Fabiano, these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and returning to the position on the board, it's kind of equalish, but if anyone is better, it's black, because black will now have full control over the d-file. Let's say knight e5, queen e5. We play queen d6 in this position, and we pretend. It's mainly pretending, but occasionally it gets a little bit unpleasant. And this is a very nice trick, because after rook d1, he wants to play queen b2. But it doesn't work, because there's rook takes b5 in the rook takes d5 there. So that actually isn't a trick, that's a mistake, which allows rook d1. He should have actually played queen d6 instead. It's very understandable that he wants to set up the control over the d-file with the rook in front of the queen, because then he will be able to put the rook on the second But clearly, allowing white to trade rooks is very much not in his interest here. So I'm pretty sure he was planning to meet rook d1 with queen b2, but it just doesn't work tactically. Hang on, queen c3. No, still, yeah, queen c3 works. Queen c3, but then queen b1 probably holds things together. Or queen e2. Queen e2, I guess. Yeah, queen e2 is the move. But it's a nice little study in short tactics. And rook d1 Linear checked all of these variations and is now quite confident that this doesn't drop any material.
Yeah, but it's not like white is playing for a win, and every draw just
No,
gets
of course not.
Artemiev closer to victory as well. It is nice
Yeah, of
that
course.
he's spotted, he's not losing them.
But Artemiev could have actually tortured him a little bit even in this game, and now it feels unlikely. And I think, once again, I don't know how Artemiev feels about it, but he is still arguably ever so slightly better in this queen endgame, but you kind of never win them. Like, I don't know how serious this topic is, but like, would you actually feel like offering a draw here is good or bad for you if you're leading by 2 points? Because I think Linear probably takes it. There's also no real chance that.
But you also never lose with black, right? So just, you can also keep making moves. Why make it weird? In general, I have a feeling just offering draws is not done very much, no, in these blitz games, unless it's, just a completely dead position. So I would guess they will just continue making moves.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really runs the risk of losing this ever. So yeah, they could just continue clicking, but I wonder if Artemiev also genuinely feels that because he has I don't know, better mouse skill or mouse skills, or just generally kind of zoomer APM against boomer APM, if he feels that he still has a winning chance, this being online. I think over the board this would have been drawn already, and it is drawn anyway.
Here we are. They found a way to move back and forth. Yep. So score-wise, not sure if this is updated. Yep. 5.5, 3.5. Artemiev needs one more point to win this match and move on to the second round of the Cuenca Invitational, where he would face the winner of Duda versus Hare Krishna, if I see this correctly.
Yeah, I think that's right, and that should also be a barn burner. No?
The real barn burner we all know is Svidler Vidit tomorrow. What time do you play? You're the first match, the second match?
Yeah, I think we're the first match, so it's 5 p.m. Central European, 6 p.m. my time. I'm not sure where Vidit is right now. He has already replied to my tweet with a number of threatening emojis, so he is
scary.
clearly very much in full battle mode.
Speaking of full battle mode, they keep playing this not very exciting type of positions, but of course, since white is super solid and every draw brings Artemiev closer to victory, it's an understandable choice.
No, from Vlad's point of view, he is +2 and he only needs a point out of 3 games. For him to continue playing this, very, very dry, very, very equalish position is fine. Why Linear hasn't fianchettoed his bishop even once yet is sort of beyond me.
Isn't he one of the world's leading Grunfeld experts? Like, I understand it's d4, d5, bishop g5, but...
Yeah, but why are we still playing
ways.
g5? Yeah, why are we playing 1 g5 is precisely my question. Why are we playing the symmetrical reply to 1 d4 in a situation where, frankly, we have to play sharply for a win every single game? There's not enough games for Linear to just say, okay, draw with black is fine. I'll win the next.
Also, I wish
couple.
I could actually make moves, but after d4, d5, bishop g5, there are sharper ways to play. You can play f6, you can play h6,
f6
followed by
for instance,
c5. there are all kinds of, you know, more exciting lines than the one that he keeps going, which is solid, but it's time to
Yeah,
mix
this probably.
it.
I want to say that this probably, if you're interested in dealing with the d4, d5 trump, this probably is the way to just very, very precisely equalize exactly as Lanier is playing. And my confusion stems from the fact that, you know, he shouldn't be that interested in equalizing anymore. I mean, this still is a 3+2 game, even if the position is very level and very symmetrical. There is still going. I mean, it still is extremely likely to sharpen up at some point as the clocks run down. And as for Artemiev, he plays it because it's solid, but I don't think he necessarily plays it to make a draw. He just likes getting a very solid, very safe position to begin with. But I think he continues playing it as a chess game. I'm sure he's aware of the match situation, but I don't think it informs his opening choices that much.
Also, that is his style. No, he doesn't shy away from dry positions, and then he keeps making moves. Because he's not super booked up, it's somewhat out of necessity, but because he's super good, it also does not hurt his chances in these dry positions so much.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think if Black wants a game here, he probably needs to try something like takes on c5. The problem with that is that White, to my eyes, probably is better after knight b5, and that's kind of unfortunate if you have to play this position for a win.
Plays queen a5,
yeah.
allowing some b4.
Yeah, but now he's actually kind of somewhat worse, and once again, absolutely zero active counterplay after before queen f5, I guess. Some move of, a move of some description.
It's often a good idea.
Yep. The immediate knight e4 maybe also makes some sense, but I don't want to. I think Black probably is quite happy to reply queen d5 to that.
Here we see them boys.
And apparently this is exactly what he's gone for. He did play knight e4, queen d5, takes. And that I think Lanier should welcome quite a bit. Or maybe not. I mean, you've just given a lecture on the... Yeah, you've just given a lecture on the Carlsbad, and yeah, this actually is a perfectly nice Carlsbad for White with b4, b5 coming up.
But
you could also...
knight d7, knight b6, are we in time? Like, rook back to c1, knight b6, b5. I don't know. He goes knight e6, which is a surprising choice of square, I really thought. We want to head
Yeah, I think we want to land on c4 as early as possible, yeah. And for White, I think you want to go knight e5, knight g3, and then you will definitely start threatening to push b5, because right now I think b5 will be met by c5, and those positions aren't much fun, but they also, I think, are extremely safe. And if White wants to play sort of sharper for a win, getting the knight over from f3 to g3 could be useful. Also, just doubling on the c file and establishing a proper threat of b5 might be something that we could be interested in.
Strongly dislike this knight e6 move. It's a strange move for a player of Lanier's caliber, frankly, because now it's just suffering. Rook c1, b5 is there. Rook b1. This is just unpleasant.
Yeah, now White has even the option of playing knight c5, which forces you to take because b7 is hanging. Then we take with the b pawn, and we handcuff you to the b7 pawn, and we hope to open something in the center. But Vlad says, don't even need to do that, as pleasant as it is, because I continue creating a threat of b5, and yeah, this is not very pleasant for Black at all. And considering the match situation, has to be just soul sapping. The score is 5.5, 3.5 in Artemiev's favor, Saurabh. And this is why I was talking about playing knight c5 as early as like 3 moves ago, because then black would have to take. And the way Vladislav did it, he gave Linear the option of keeping the knight on c5 and not reacting to it. These positions are, like, if the pawn was already on h5, maybe this would have been mildly unpleasant, yeah? Even this, despite so much material coming off.
This just looks like a draw now, which
Yeah,
I
but
guess
now,
is fine, but yeah, he could have played for more had he wanted to, of course.
you know, I think some chances may have been missed in this game, but he clearly isn't very unhappy considering the match situation was just making a draw here. He will still, I don't expect the game to just finish straight away. He will still ask a question or two because of specifically this square on g6. With the pawn on h7, there wouldn't have been anything to even talk about. But with the pawn on h6, if you give white the tempo to play king f5 here, it gets a bit awkward. But of course, not going to happen.
Draw.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't even go rook c3. It's rook d2, saying you
Yeah.
draw now.
Exactly. And now Artemiev is on the hill, leading 6-4 with 2 to go, and Linear has to win both of them. Apparently it is somehow still going on. I don't really know why. Who is trying to win here is unclear to me.
It's over. Another draw. That means 6-4, which is also my height. And that means that Artemiev needs one more draw to win this match against former Blitz World Champion Linear Dominguez.
All true. And he starts by having white in game 11, so that should represent, I assume, a slightly better shot, although, once again, this is 3+2, the colors don't matter as much, but I think you would prefer to start with the, if you need to win 2 in a row, you would like to start with white to have a better shot, and if you do win with white, then you expect your opponent to get a little bit more nervous with the white pieces, knowing that now it really is one mistake and it's back to tie breaks.
So you have to win 1 in a row first?
Yeah, and then the awkward one, the one where you're less likely to win, your opponent is kind of more scared. But the only time they played this structure prior to this game in this match, Artemiev won quite convincingly, so he has that going for him.
Wow, a lot of debate about my height. We are deceptively tall. We look smaller often on screen because you can't see our very long legs. Peter is very tall as well.
Peter, you look like you have jaundice, says Poophead Eric. That's because of lighting, I would hope.
Humble bragging about his height. Do we brag about height? Is that a thing? I actually wish I was a little bit smaller. I wish I was a baller.
Yeah. You wish you had a girl? If you had, you would call her?
I don't know. What is it? I wish I had a habit or a rabbit and a girl.
I ran out of lyrics for that song very, very quickly.
Same here. I know we come across as street, but we're actually not that well versed in those lyrics.
Yeah, and Julius Serbai says, Polborda, how do you know what jaundice is? I am reasonably well read, though. I do know words. Some of them are
Jaundice
even.
is when Greg Shahadi makes fun of the Scandinavian on Twitter.
There will be an Urban Dictionary definition of jaundice. Jaundice is a illness of the liver which makes you look yellow.
Okay, different jaundice.
And there's seemingly a lively debate on the difference between subscriber and follower in chat, even though I have, I think, answered that question very succinctly. The first time it was asked, Max there, so I don't really know what else you would need to know on that topic. The difference is in money, which is a gas.
All right, back to chess, Linear. You have to win this game, but I don't like your position. So how are you gonna do it? Are you gonna be able to do it? I think you're not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, doesn't really feel like this kingside attack has too much of a chance to succeed. But he is doing what is required of him. Playing in somewhat unbalanced position, creating some threats against the black king. But just h6, h5, bishop h7. It seems to me like with the c file getting opened basically anytime black wishes, there's never going to be time enough for white to do anything on the king side because black just has so much counterplay available to him on the other side of the board. And yeah, h6 played by Vlad, unsurprisingly. Thanks for the sub.
Actually, I just can't get there. It's so tilting.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Thanks for the sub, Eric. We really appreciate your support. And if me knowing the word jaundice had anything to do with it, I'm happy to be of service.
Frederick Ryan is saying they both speak English much better than Trump. Do you think you would beat Trump in a spelling bee? You'd beat him for sure, right? In a vocabulary quiz? Yeah, probably also not a contest, right? I mean, he has all the best words, but you probably have more words.
Yeah, I think I would back myself there.
Yeah, I think.
I think the more interesting question would be, I think the more interesting question would be me against him, let's say 30 years ago, because I think people who know him well say that he used to be a lot sharper verbally in his younger years. But
he used to have even more of the best words. Also, 30 years ago, you were like 13, right?
Yeah. Okay. No, me in my current state against him in his prime would be, I would not be very sure of myself there, but yeah.
I still like your chances.
And going back to the game with the queen on a4, it feels like white's position is already kind of collapsing. It feels to me like he might be losing by force. Or by horse, as the tradition of calling it is. I'm 6'3"-ish, maybe 6'2.5". 7 arcing insane. That's probably not how you intended your name to be pronounced, but yeah.
GM Pac-Man is saying, would be a tremendous contest. Yeah, let's set it up. We're trying to get more celebrities onto Chess24. No, let's have a Trump versus Svidler spelling bee.
Hang on a second. What? Why? What? How? Okay, I just blundered before, and Linear didn't. So the game is still very much on. I thought he was losing his central pawn there, but he actually got g5 in, and that makes the position a lot sharper than it was a second ago. You can play h6 now and actually start creating threats. But f6 is clever. f6 is a very clever response by Artemiev. Just opening up some files and some squares for his own pieces, and he's back on, I think, very, very safe ground now. Bishop f5 or bishop b4 check, and then bishop f5. He should be fine. I'm still not updated on the Svidler dimensions. How wide is, he says, Y-rigs? Extremely wide.
Gay Porn is
People
saying
wide.
Svidler is huge, tremendous, great, incredible.
Yeah. Wide people arrive.
It's a disgrace. Svidler thinks he can beat Trump in a vocabulary contest.
Is it?
Kofifi?
Yeah, and I am extremely happy by the with that reference by Poophead Eric. I don't know if I ever said that in an interview, and if I haven't, it's really uncanny that you say that, because at some point it was brought up to me that maybe I would need like a walkout song.
The match is over.
We had a lot of fun. I think.
And the match,
Artemiev
yeah,
wins.
on that completely pointless story, the match is over and Artemiev wins. But I thought long and hard about which song I could use as my walkout song, and that particular song, "Built for Comfort," was what I was going with.
Yes, my opinion is that it was very interesting match and
Pleasing to hear that,
of course my
this is the association people have.
very well. So I wait that this match will be
And thanks for the sub, MSinger24. We appreciate the support.
normal match.
Okay, so thanks a lot for.
I have heard you tell that story before, says Poophead Eric. Yeah, I had a feeling this is not a coincidence, but it still warms the cockles of my heart to hear you say that.
I would like to say thanks to my opponent for the good match and wish all the best, everybody.
Thank you. No, congrats. You also play very well. I think it was.
Thank you. Hello.
And there's
win. Yeah.
dead silence was his reply. Yeah, that's. Are we trying to get the interviews on air, or?
It's
I'm not sure if people can hear it. I'm actually listening to it. It's not much of an interview. It's more of a post-game chat. Artemiev was saying, I would like to say thanks to my opponent for the interesting match, and yeah, good luck. And Dominguez is saying, yeah, thank you too. You play very well. And Artemiev was saying, thank you and hello.
Yeah, thank you.
And Dominguez is saying, yeah, congrats and good luck for the rest of the tournament. And Artemiev is saying, thank you.
See you later. And thanks, Vladislav. We'll be in touch with you.
That does sound like a very plausible interview. Mumble, mumble,
pretty
great
much
play,
a
mumble, mumble.
perfect
Yeah,
transfer.
yes, our dialogue.
yeah.
Yes, you can.
Fine. Okay. You two in the.
And
See you.
Jupiter 4100 says, wide? I wonder how dense Peter is. You've just watched me commentate on chess for 4 hours. I'm pretty sure you know how dense I am. I am incredibly dense.
GM Pacman saying, Jan, your version of the interview is infinitely more entertaining. I tried to make it as verbatim as I could. Max is saying, Jan, you can't always be self-deprecating. You must be confusing me with the other young man on stream.
And people, yeah, I now have the moment to appreciate Mr. Dodgy doing amazing work as usual. This is good work. This is good content, Dodgy. I'm happy to see this. It's a nice looking head of hair. It's not mine, but it still is a nice looking head of hair.
Random Name is asking, so will Magnus also do Banter Blitz before his tournament? I'm not sure if before or during. Actually, most of the players will be during. Banter Blitz of the players in the Magnus tournament, that is, during the event. So there will be action-packed days ahead on good old Chess 24. Peter is playing tomorrow at 5 p.m. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'm hanging out with my Magnus boys, with Laurent Fressinet and Peter Heine. We might also be joined by a very special guest, to talk about some computer chess and bore you guys even more. There will probably be technical difficulties along the way. There will be hurt feelings. There will be awkwardness. There will be French accents. So don't watch that. Do something useful. Spend some time with your family in these trying times. Stay safe. Thank you so much for watching this. Apologies for the issues. Apologies for the usual stuff. It's been a bit of a test run, or it's a bit of a test run these days to get everything in place for the main event, the Magnus Invitational. I hope you still enjoyed it in spite of our tilting. Thank you so much, Peter, for
It's been my
running
pleasure
the ship,
as always, and yeah, well, as a trial run, it was a bit of a trial run, but it doesn't get in the way of me enjoying doing stuff with you. And once again, thanks for all our chat people for the support and keeping us out of touch with it. I wanted to say in touch with reality, but I think out of touch with reality is the
that's the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal. And thanks for the new subs and for the support there.
Also,
and
if you want to support Chess24 even more and help us address all these crippling difficulties, you can help us by becoming a premium member. There's currently 40% off premium with the code STAYATHOME. Gives you access to all the video series, allows you to challenge all the superstars of chess, like Magnus Carlsen, and so on and so forth, in Bantam Blitz matches, where else you get the chance to play the world champion. So yeah, we appreciate it. Also appreciate the subs, appreciate everyone watching. Thanks, Peter. Apologies to your family, in particular Daniel, because I know Nikita and I are tight. Nikita, not apologizing to you. We good. Daniel, very sorry. There was lovely music. I literally thought it was classical music coming from a tape. It was so flawless.
Well done, sir. I wanted to say I'll see you all tomorrow, but I won't be like after I lost the video. I could do the second match, but I'm making no promises. But anyway, thanks for being with us, and we will be live on air again at some point in the hopefully not so distant future. Cheers.